Ozone Park, Queens. Hello, I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and pleased to be joined by Sarah L. Bodwy. And Sarah, because we canceled last Sunday or 2 Sundays ago, we're making it up here today on this lovely Wednesday afternoon.
We are. A little bonus card. The weather's beautiful, so that's nice. We have some turf racing, and we are on the turf, even after a little bit of rain over the past few days, so that's always nice to see.
Absolutely. And the feature, which is race 7, is on the turf, going a mile. It's that optional 40 that we see here. And really, it might not be long on quality, but it's long on intrigue because it looks to have a fast pace, at least on paper. Horses dropping, horses who have run competitively at this distance, as we'll take a look at two that finished 2nd and 3rd last time out here on September 12th in this same race. We'll see Life and Light setting the pace. Now, his job doesn't get any easier today from that far outside post, but also the gray horse for Klarovich and Chad Brown running well to be 3rd here in Right to Win.
Absolutely. This race won by Enlighten, who had finished well in a prior start at Saratoga that some of these come out of too. And we'll see if Life and Light is one that can show up and outrun his odds yet again, where he's had a couple of turf races where he's been at gigantic prices and still shown up and ran well. He might have to deal with some more pace, like you mentioned, towards the inside with a horse like Gene and Jude, though, who's really shown us one way of going.
Exactly, and even a horse like Gem Mint 10, who drops out of New York Bred Stakes Company for his first start for Rob Falcone. He's no slow poke either. So I think Life and Light, I think the biggest question for him is, will he be 20-1 again?
I think so. You have those connections that just don't typically take the kind of money that a horse that is towards his inside and Right to Win will for Klarovich and trainer Chad Brown. But he deserves to be a shorter price in this field because he's been very consistent and had an excuse, I think, too, back as well.
Especially in his turf races, as we will bring you that one as well as 7 others here on our program. And today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We start the early pick 5 here in race number 1, which is about 8 minutes away. We are fast and good. We'll also bring you coverage from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Their first 5, they are fast and good as well. And an interesting dirt allowance to kick things off over there, a South American import for Brad Cox. So we'll catch up with Horseshoe Indy and Rachel McLaughlin a little bit later, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. And of course, we have that promotion going on, the $25 free bet plus the usual $200 deposit match bonus for new customers. Make sure you head on over to nairabets.com for all the details and, of course, to opt in. We'll kick things off with horses hitting the track here for race number 1. It is a 17-5 claimer, non-3 life, traveling the mile. We do see 6-5 on flat on for Rudy Rodriguez, as we'll meet the field here and kick things off with a drop-down runner in Confabulation. Sarah, Michelle Nevin, 2nd start for the barn.
And this one should be forwardly placed in here. Might have to deal with a couple of others, perhaps one other that wants to be forward as well.
Number 2, Brown Don't Stop, could be forward.
Yeah, this one ran at Finger Lakes last time out and did get that victory.
Number 3, Collect from Ike, I'm sure was hoping for a wet track.
Or at least one with a little bit more pace in it, so it seems a horse that was on the turf last time had okay form on both surfaces.
Coming off of an eased effort, is first of his name.
If you go back to some of his prior races, though, he was running against some tougher competition. If he can run it all again, maybe interesting.
Another one coming in from Finger Lakes, Awesome Empire, number 5.
This one has some races on this circuit at a level like this that could fit.
I think Funny Uncle's a little bit interesting up there at 10-1.
Yeah, this one makes some sense in here, as having those back races to go to might need a little bit of pace, though.
Here's your favorite, a very, very logical horse and flat on.
And really running well at a time when the barn was a little bit chilly up at Saratoga, so logically spotted now.
Yeah, and get some class relief at 2 as number 8, Knox, rounds out the field here for Chad Summers.
2nd at a big price last time, 23-1 to Hours in a Day.
And Junior Alvarado taking over the reins on this occasion, as we'll check out flat on his race going back to July 3rd, in which it was a blowout win at this level. And then connections, new connections, I should say, getting ambitious. And actually, I thought he ran well in some tougher spots, way tougher spots than what he meets here. But this is a convincing victory as the favorite, as he was dropped in for Linda Rice.
Right, and look, I don't necessarily get the turf try, but he'd also run on the turf once before and had a number that didn't suggest he couldn't completely not handle it. But at the same time, we saw this horse show up in spots that I think were tougher than the one he's going to be in today at a time when things were not firing on all cylinders for the barn. That has dramatically changed since we've gotten right back here at Belmont at the Big A. We've seen things really pick up for Rudy Rodriguez. And so with all that momentum, I have to think that this one, with the kind of competition he's going to be facing in here today, he's the short price that he deserves to be.
Well, hopefully he looks good as the favorite. But for more on number 4 in here, first of his name, we'll welcome in Richie Migliori. And Mig, I know you have first-hand knowledge, your eyes on the horses down there. Tell us how this horse who's coming off the eased effort looks today.
Yeah, the 4, first of his name, is coming off that eased effort in Saratoga, going 1 1/8 miles, which is a very demanding distance. He is dropping in class. Now, as you guys well know, there are protocols you have to go through to be able to compete after having that ease line. So obviously he's passed all through those protocols, and he looked phenomenal galloping off. Could not look any better for trainer Wayne Potts. Really made a great physical impression. Here's a horse that was 3.5 to 1 against Tougher, and off of that ease line, he's 12 to 1, and I could see him rebounding in a big way here. You get Jaime Rodriguez. Jaime Rodriguez will be riding here for the whole winter, trying to get a foothold here in New York. And for people that are unfamiliar with him, they should get familiar. He's ridden over 165 winners this year, and it doesn't matter where you're competing. You win that amount of races, you know what you're doing. The 6-horse, Funny Uncle, he's trained by Carlos Figueroa Jr. I've talked about it before. We grew up together, been working with horses since we were little kids together. He is a phenomenal horseman, and this horse could not look any better. He's dropping back down after trying the turf again. He's got races that would make him competitive here, and looking at him from a physical perspective, he would absolutely get the paddock check mark, the appearance check mark on the racetrack, and ultimately will be my top selection. And then your favorite, Flat On. Makes a lot of sense, looks great, will be a handful to beat. Got a good aggressive warm-up, stayed with the pony, but did get a good aggressive warm-up despite that with Ruben Silvera, and the drop in class certainly points him out.
Meg, thank you. And like Richie, I thought Funny Uncle was interesting. I loved the way he looked first off the claim for Carlos Figueroa last time when trying the turf. And I tried to make a case for him because he is a winner in 4 starts on the turf, or 3 prior to that. But I do think getting back to this level, he does make a good deal of sense.
Absolutely. We saw him in a race going out of the mile chute at Saratoga. Some horses are more appreciative of that course configuration than others, and I think that he didn't run that badly in that spot there where he did take some money and ended up being a horse who finished 6th, but I thought that he had things perhaps going a little bit wide in that race where it's not just going to be the same case with that first turn not coming up as quickly in this spot. And then if you go back a ways to some of his prior numbers, even at Oaklawn earlier this year and last year, those absolutely fit with this field, so I can completely understand the case.
He also, Meg, gave us that information about Jaime Rodriguez riding here for the winter, which I think is a welcome addition. When he had his bug, he actually started here. So that's when I was galloping horses more regularly. And so I have breezed horses. I mean, this is going back a ways with Jaime, but has mainly been based down in the Mid-Atlantic for the past several years. So it's good to see him back up here in New York. He's such just a guy you can't help but like. You know, he's very kind, very welcoming, and has a great sense of humor.
All right. Well, we love to hear it. We could always use some more laughs around here as well as riding talent.
Yeah, so. Kendrick can't hold, the
he can't hold the mantle.
Exactly.
All
the
by
entire
himself,
time.
which is understandable. We are seeing some of those newer faces come in, and I think that with the exit of a couple of key riders for different seasons as we go into turf racing season being one that's coming to a close in about a month or so, I think that you're going to see a lot of these younger riders have opportunities that they may not have had when you have the Ortiz brothers around or some of the other bigger names, where we get to see them really develop over the winter.
As we see 8 to 5 on number 7, Flat On, he is your top selection here. If you had to kind of use somebody underneath with him, who would it be?
I thought that if I was going elsewhere in here, I'd want to go for a horse that I felt at least would be forward. And I don't know how long that speed is going to be sustained for, but I thought with the rail draw, with Louis Rivera Jr. using the speed of confabulation, going at the 1 1/8 miles last time when he came out of a 7-furlong race, and when he's shown that he's capable of being in front at a mile as well, maybe he's one that could get brave if nobody else goes. I just didn't necessarily trust him to have the stamina if Flat On shows up.
Is cutting back, though, from the 2-turn 9 furlongs. But I agree with you. He kind of had everything his own way last time and readily threw in the towel. And Brave Bear running a heck of a race to win that day.
I agree. I think that field versus this one, some tougher horses, though. But I agree with you completely that he had the right kind of setup to be successful in there. He was a big price that day. I don't want to hold it against him too much, but that is a good point.
All right, as they head postward, we do have 8 races on this card, and Flat On. You know, it's funny, even though there's no flat out in his pedigree, you automatically think that.
Yeah.
He kind of runs like him and looks like him physically. Runs with his head lower and kind of, reaches over the ground. So I get fooled thinking that he is a flat out, but in fact, he's a son of Uncle Mo.
Well, there you go.
8-5 here as they head into line. Live coverage from Belmont at the Big A. We'll also bring you Horseshoe Indianapolis. Their first race will be coming up soon here, but they head into line for the opener here at Aqueduct. And for more, for the rest of the load and the call, we head on up to Chris Griffin.
Flat On, stepping forward. Collect from Ike. Collect from Ike. Flat On. Hesitates briefly as here comes first of his name. Gonna load Flat On first. Now goes in. First of his name. Jamie Rodriguez. Last to load. Knox to the outside. Junior Alvarado. All set. And they're off. Confabulation gets the first call towards the inside, has early speed, and right there comes Awesome Empire. Purple Silks in between horses. Up on the far outside is going to be Flat On to apply the pressure, and now these two go on. Confabulation to the inside, and about to join them, splitting rivals. Here comes Collect from Ike as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. Collect from Ike is joining those early leaders. At the rail, there's Confabulation. Just off of them in third. That's going to be Flat On the far outside. Funny Uncle is starting to move forward with Brown Don't Stop at the rail is in that mid-pack. The one at the back, that's Knox, as they're tightly bunched as they work up the backstretch in the opening quarter mile. 23 seconds flat. Confabulation lets it out a notch, and Confabulation approaches. A half mile left to go as a length clear. Here comes Flat On. Ruben Silvera in full pursuit, 45-4. The posted half mile time. On the move is Funny Uncle. Makes it 3 across the racetrack. All in. Collect from Ike is not making up ground, is back to fourth. Just got passed by Awesome Empire, and also Knox is running on. The two at the back, first of his name, and Brown Don't Stop is the trailer. Three-way battle for the lead as they approach a quarter mile left to go. At the rail is Confabulation. Out wider Funny Uncle, and in between horses, Flat On is trying to push on through. And Flat On has not caught Confabulation, who's finding more. Knox and Junior Alvarado looking for a lane to run through, has a lot of momentum, is going to choose the rail. And here comes Knox with a full head of steam after Confabulation. Confabulation, Flat On, and here comes Knox to win the opener. Knox wins it over Confabulation, then came Flat On, and Funny Uncle. 1 minute 36 seconds flat.
Knox with a rail skimming ride, kind of the same way that he finished second last time out. Got a bit of pace to close into, Sarah, but it's not like it fell apart in the end.
No, we did see what were some reasonable fractions for the level, and Confabulation did go right out to the front. And kind of that early move from Collect from Ike, mixing things up with your front runners before backing out of it. Your favorite got a decent trip stalking the horse that was in front here, Flat On, right off of Confabulation, but Chris Griffin called it well. Knox with Junior Alvarado just really seemed to have all the momentum, and as soon as you saw this horse steer in towards the inside, some of them are just those rail running types, and this one really got going late and I think was finishing best of all.
I know. I think he naturally wanted to go there, and two, he saw the 6 kind of want to drift out a little bit while tiring beneath Lane Luzzy, and he saw the opportunity. The rail was wide open. Mark's high credit goes to your second place finisher, Confabulation, who did all the dirty work and was still able to hold off your heavy 3-2 favorite flat on for second. Meg, talk to me a little bit about what was happening down the backside that, eventually led to the success here of the closer, Knox.
Yeah, it just seemed like the horses got into kind of a jam, Maggie. I thought the 6-horse Funny Uncle took the worst of it. And it's just hard to discern from the pan shot if it was the inside coming out, which was my first impression. But he ran on well. Funny Uncle made an early move and then kind of flattened out. But what a ride by Junior Alvarado on Knox. Patient, save ground, come with the last run.
That's right. Nice, clear finish to get the job done for Chad Summers, who has had just a really nice year for himself with winning the Champagne. And just, it seems like every horse he has sent out has been live in some capacity.
They've been showing up, and that horse ran extremely well, and it seems as though the move will be to point it in a different direction, but I think that that's one that those fractions were legitimate, the number was, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we get next time.
From Napoleon Solo, as coming up on the other side of the break, well, that guy is very familiar to Grade 1 company. That's Todd Pletcher, as he could possibly send out 4 in the Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll talk about some of them, including Fierceness and Mind Frame, coming up next.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports, and we're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we see the first race winner heading into the winner's circle here. That was Knox, trained by Chad Summers here. Co-owned by Chad as well with Win Everyday Stables. And Junior Alvarado, who does have a date with Sovereignty for the Breeders' Cup Classic coming up in, what is that now, Sarah, 10 days, 11 days?
Feels like it's just creeping closer and closer.
Closer and closer.
We saw him make a middle move here where he was kind of calling an audible. He was thinking about going towards the outside with this horse, and ultimately felt as though the inside pathway would be the better way to go, and it was. We saw Knox be able to come up the rail once some of those horses that were tiring a little bit, that were forward, drifted out slightly. Funny Uncle maybe giving the illusion that the outside path was going to be available, and then he was drifting himself. And those in-race decisions are why Junior Alvarado is going to be running in the Breeders' Cup Classic with one of the potential favorites.
Exactly. Sovereignty. He, as a 3-year-old, looks to match up well against many of his older competitors. The first time this year, though, that he will face off against them is coming up next. In the second, we have a maiden claimer, 50,000, going the mile. And early on in the wagering, it is the drop-down runner for who else but Todd Pletcher in number 1, Apalta. Blinkers going on today. Well, as we mentioned before, we are going to take a little deep dive into the Breeders' Cup Classic, particularly for the Pletcher runners. And we'll start by discussing Fierceness, as he ran so well in defeat in last year's edition. But do we often see the best version of Fierceness show up? Not necessarily. I can say, though, out on the West Coast, he generally does, Sarah.
And I will say, this race, his Pacific Classic, he did not have everything go his own way and was still able to win with a number that was respectable, and facing a horse in journalism who, yes, he was far back. He was coming after a horse that we know is talented and capable, but also he's talented and capable in his own right. This is the first time we saw Fierceness still able to get the victory when things were up against him. And he's one that we've often criticized as one that doesn't always find his way to the winner's circle if he has to overcome adversity, but maybe that the talent was never questionable in the first place. He's a tough read for me. This is a race that normally I would say is a sign in the right direction, but I just don't know if I want to trust it.
How can we ever trust Fierceness? Honestly, he is brilliant when he shows up with those A efforts. I will say this, though. It feels like the majority of the likely favorites are horses that don't possess his running style. They're more closers, and so he could have a tactical advantage over some of those.
Possibly. We're going to see how ultimately the pace shakes out on paper, but something we've seen from a horse in Sovereignty, who's going to be one of the main competitors, we've seen him become more tactical as time has gone on. He's been able to get himself more into position in his races, and perhaps that doesn't put him too far out of things. But overall, his main rival, Fierceness, is Sierra Leone. He's going to be coming from well off the pace.
Exactly, and we have seen Sovereignty just break better and be handier for Junior Alvarado. But when it comes to riding Fierceness, Mig will bring you in on this discussion, and I've talked to his regular rider, John Velasquez, at length about riding him, and he says you just have to try to avoid trouble if you can, and also let this horse do his own thing.
Yeah, I think that's very evident. And he did overcome trouble winning the Pacific Classic at Del Mar. And I thought the break was significant trouble, ducking into the gap. Then he did something he'd never done before, sat in behind horses, took kickback. He's always been in the clear when he's behind horses. So this was a little bit of a departure. Then he split horses decisively, carried on. It feels to me like every time Johnny Velasquez has got to get into his mouth a bit too much, that's when things change for Fierceness. It doesn't appear to be a tremendous amount of speed in this classic. Now, obviously, Sierra Leone's been employing a pacemaker, or a rabbit, if you will. And I don't know that the rabbit will get into the Breeders' Cup Classic if they chose to want to run a rabbit to help Sierra Leone's cause, because it could be oversubscribed. Horses like him don't automatically get a berth into the race. But I actually think if there was a rabbit in there, it helps Fierceness. Just let the rabbit go. Ride the race like he's not there. Set up shop in the 2 or 3 path, 4 path. Allow anybody, you want to come inside of me, I'm going to run you up the rabbit's hind end. If you want to come around me, I got you packed until I'm ready to move. I almost think it'd be like a running block, if you will. He doesn't need the lead. It could maybe just help him work out a perfect trip. And I'll also say this, Maggie, watching Todd Pletcher, he had 4 horses work in Saratoga, their penultimate work before the Breeders' Cup. Locked, Antiquarian, Mind Frame, and Fierceness. Fierceness by far and away looked the best of the 4 to me.
Well, that's great to hear, as he was the work partner of Antiquarian, who they completed that 5/8 in a minute and 2/5. But speaking of Todd's other ones, as Meg pointed out, Mindframe also working in Saratoga on Friday with Locked. They went 101 and 2. But talk a little bit about Mindframe, Sarah. What are we going to get from a horse, as it has to be called into question? How well has he been prepped, as that Jockey Club Gold Cup not going to plan at all?
You could definitely say that things had to resort to plan B with horses like Mindframe, where we hadn't seen him finish out of the exacta in his career yet. Then he goes into that Jockey Club Gold Cup. You can draw a line through it, but I think what needs to be taken into consideration is how they've revised the plan for him. And clearly Todd Pletcher is capable of doing something like that with the kind of success that he's had. He doesn't rely on just one option for himself and his horses, but it is worth wondering how he's going to be coming into this race, given that that last prep did not go particularly well.
I know, he's such a cool horse, though, one that has shown grade 1 capability at 7 furlongs all the way out to 1.25 miles. He, too, could show the potential of being forward in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
And I think with him, we don't really know how high the ceiling is for a horse that was running so well as that 3-year-old when he was so lately raced behind horses like Dornoch in the Belmont Stakes, and then even showing up later on that year, where we have still yet to see what the ceiling is for a horse like Mindframe, and we definitely did not see it last time.
And taking advantage of what was a messy Jockey Club Gold Cup was Todd's other horse, Antiquarian for Centennial Farms. And could he be kind of the horse that is on that upward trajectory? We kind of know, for the most part, who most of these horses are, but it just feels like he has flown under the radar, but also has done nothing wrong.
I think he's one that's improved, but I think that we're going to see him need to do things a little bit differently coming into the Breeders' Cup Classic if he's going to be successful, because I think his last couple of races, he's been able to be forward in what were moderate paces without some of those key other horses that wanted to be forward, like the talent of a Mindframe or a Fierceness in there. So for me, he still has something to prove, but I think you can make a case for a horse that's probably going to be the biggest price of those for trainer Todd Pletcher, for sure.
Absolutely. To be Todd Pletcher. Also, it sounds like Locked will be cross-entered for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He'll also try to win today's second race at the Big A, of course, with Apalta, as he will be the one dropping down in class. His first race was very good behind some nice sprinters. Can he get back to that good effort? Stay tuned. More to come.
Now being 6,600,000 not it. I mean 600,000 not a minute. 1,600,000 not a bit. Now bid now 650. I mean 650. I mean 650,000 not anybody else. 650,000 not a minute. 1,650,000 not a half. 1,600,000 not a thank you.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back, and thanks for spending your Wednesday afternoon with us here on America's Day at the Races, as we have a beautiful track and a beautiful day on tap here. Race number 2 coming up. Horses being saddled in the paddock for this maiden 50-mile on the main track. Apalta, as he does add blinkers today, is your current 8-5 favorite for Todd Pletcher. Wired last time by Longshot, first-time out winner Dettori. And for more on this field, we check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And we'll start with the 4, Fiddling Felix for Fernando Abreu. Horse just could not look any better. Now, he has had more tries than the rest of the field. This will be his 10th start, but he's also faced better. He's dropping back down to the 50 level, where he's run well for 100 after being claimed for 20 by Fernando Abreu. People that are not as familiar with Fernando was a long-time assistant to the late, great Alan Jerkins. His horses look great. And I think this horse could not look any better. He would absolutely get the paddock check mark. The 6, Porosity, coming off of the bench, hasn't been seen since February, where flashed some brief speed. Kind of comes back with the makeover, right? Gelding, most significant equipment change, and really looks fantastic. Probably will be better for a race under his belt, just from a physical fitness standpoint, but really dappled out. Very rich, hydrated coat, making a nice impression. And the 7, Private Flight. He looks good physically, looks good on paper. 3 tries against maiden allowance companies, just faced much better. Well posted on the outside, going a mile, should gallop into the race the right way. And certainly going to be a tough customer here. But we'll wait for my final judgment after I watch him gallop off and see how everybody's moving over to the gate, Mag.
That is often the final deciding factor for me as well. Richie, thank you for that. And Sarah, 3-2, are you in on Apalta, or did you find some other interesting faces in here?
I think that this horse has a very valid excuse for the last race, where this one was drawn towards the far outside on a day where we ended up seeing a significant gold rail. You wanted to be inside that day, and that was a big benefit to horses who was
Apalta, sorry. Yes.
Who were able to have that position. And I think that this one just never got over to the inside. He was the one that made a lot of sense going into that race, even though he wasn't particularly bet in there, and he just never had position whatsoever. So I think with the blinkers going on today for a horse that broke out a touch and then sort of just stayed there the whole race, things could be better for him. But he also is going to have to now deal with the inside versus breaking from the far outside. And if we can see something a little bit more like his number first time out, he makes sense, but 6-5 a little short.
Yeah, exactly. He's faced some nice horses too, on the face of his running lines, and just meeting a lesser field today. As number 4, Fiddling Felix, as we heard Meg say, has had a lot of chances, but at times has run numbers in races that make him competitive here, and he too comes out of that Dettori race. He was bad though I know what you're saying about the gold rail and carrying horses. He was at the back, but he just never picked up at all. Now, prior to that, this race here, he ran very well, being defeated a neck by Cultivate, who would come back and win too. So I don't know, Sarah, I feel like I've just seen enough.
I think that's the thing, right? A horse that's had multiple opportunities, and if someone wanted to make the argument to me that he's coming into some of his better form prior to that last race, I would be on board with that, because we saw even V Cruiser, who he was running against and favored against, 3 starts back, run very well in his next start. Yeah. And he was off a little bit slow in that race, going 2 back. But last time, I'm with you, even being against the track a little bit, we just kind of saw no real run from him.
Right, and I know that was a maiden special weight, but it was also going a mile. I mean, it's there for you to see on paper that this horse's better races, I think, are going shorter.
Well, exactly. And I mean, there might be something else parlaying into those circumstances, but just at first glance, you see 2 races going a mile. Those are some of his poorer efforts. And you can see the sprint races have been ones where he's at least been able to show up with an effort that might make him a little bit more intriguing. And here, I just don't know what he really wants to do in terms of distance.
I think he's a closing sprinter. That's literally what I've written in my notes from his 3rd start of his career, when he tried that mile first time out. And the fact that he doesn't have any early pace, no matter what the distance, is his biggest Achilles heel, in my opinion.
I agree.
As I think Porosity, one that Mig was talking about, is quite intriguing. I think he could work out to be the speed in here.
It's possible. I thought that he broke very well in that lone start where he was running against the likes of Colloquial, who we saw run a 106 Buyer that day and then won the Lafayette over at Keeneland, and we haven't seen him since then. And though he did regress to an 88 in that start at Keeneland, he's still been a very productive race. You are familiar with 1-900, who came back replicating that 92 Buyer speed figure, winning next out, just ran a 95 in his last start. We've seen some others come out of there and move forwards as well. And for the longest shot on the field that day, for a Linda Rice first-time starter, I don't think he ran that badly against a tough group.
He didn't. I thought he broke okay. He obviously wasn't as fast as 1-900 and Colloquial. And then, you know, he kind of found his stride quite quickly, and he was chasing inside. He did start to tire mid-turn, and some of those other horses kind of making it tight on him. So he was checked back, actually. And not to say that he wouldn't have finished fifth without that bit of trouble. I'm just saying it wasn't the greatest experience either. So he's been away for a long time. He is a bit of a bigger, heavier build, so I'm hoping that gelding has lightened him up a bit overall. And I just feel as though with this stretch out in distance, he now has the opportunity to break well, which he's shown he can do, find a rhythm, which I don't think he was necessarily able to do first time out, and maybe achieve that kind of high cruising speed, which could make him dangerous here.
I agree. I agree completely. I think this is one that sort of looks like a wise guy type if you're trying to beat your favorite, who I think is a little bit short at 6-5, though certainly makes a lot of sense coming in here, because you're just dealing with a lot of horses where we've seen them have many opportunities, or you're hoping for something different this time that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it is an interesting field. Like you said, it kind of mixed with horses that little unknown and ones that we just know, and no, they're not winners. Maybe one of them will step up today. But we will meet the field here in just a moment. Number 7, Private Flight, Jose Lascano in the irons. Good to see him back after that injury that he sustained in Saratoga. But we'll kick things off here with Flavia and Pratt, who is aboard a Pulta for Todd Pletcher.
Blinkers go on, now draws the rail instead of the outside-most post in here, and anything like that first race puts this one in major contention.
How about extra sensory here for Chad Brown going from turf to dirt in his second start?
Yeah, there's a little bit more synthetic, turfy pedigree on the dam side, but when Chad Brown makes these moves, it usually makes sense.
Kavanaugh framing up nicely on track.
He's one that he's had his opportunities, and this might be a tougher group.
As number 4, Fiddling Felix, another one with opportunities.
If you can excuse the last race, his races 2 and 3 back would put him in the mix.
Here's number 5, Metatron, who you can explain to me why he was favored last time out. Sorry, he just went by. But we'll check in.
Good, because I don't have one.
Good, okay, because I didn't either. Porosity coming back off the layoff.
He was coming out of a live race. We'll see what we get from this one. Relatively unknown.
Private Flight, you know, I think could make sense, but as he drops, but I don't think he did any running last time.
And I think the numbers maybe look a little bit better than we are likely to see from him today, given the company that he was facing in those 2 starts. But I will say, tap into this, who he was running against 2 back, is a decent type.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the severe stumble or brumping at the break or anything really causing him the race by any means in those 2 starts, but I think that at least in an inconvenient start.
Right, but you know, last time, okay, he had that little bump, but he stalked while saving ground, and then he just didn't do any running down the stretch.
But I will say, if you're going to get 10-1 on the horse who has 2 consistent numbers as of late, where the rest of this field, not so much, that I think is fair enough.
Well, Meg, can't say you're not consistent, as you will start your trackside analysis with the horse that you begin your paddock analysis with. Number 4, Fiddling Felix. What's he showing you on track?
Well, listen, I liked him in the paddock. He looks great, really well turned out, looks good on the racetrack as well. But the more I looked at him, and that's why I wanted to start with him first, he just appears more like a sprinter type to me, and I just don't know how much the mile does him any favors. If this was shorter, he would have been my top selection. Just looking at him again from that physical perspective, not giving me those confident feelings of that he wants all of this mile. The one, Apalta, your favorite, down on the inside, that first race absolutely would win. I wound up going to the outside, guys, because of the difference in posts. Now, Apalta gets post 1. First start, broke out. Second start, hit gate. Horse like him's got to stand in the gate longer, and I just don't think the rail does him any favors. Where the outside runner, has also had troubles leaving the gate. You know, a couple bump breaks, stumbled start, the 7 Private Flight. And now he gets the outside. He gets some class relief. And frankly, I just think he's way too big a price at 10-1. I thought he would be half that price. So if you give me the options of the 8-5 shot on the inside of Apalta with that post, or 10-1 with the better post with Private Flight, I'm going to take the Private Flight.
Wouldn't we all love to take the Private Flight? Sarah?
I mean, yeah, is Richie heading on out to the Breeders' Cup? I'm sure he's been on a couple in his time.
That he has. I have heard many a story about such a fun trip on a private flight, on a PJ.
You haven't gone? Your private jet isn't waiting outside?
No, mine's in the shop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
exactly. So, horses making their way to the gate here for race number 2. Yeah, that is a big price on number 7, Private Flight. I just question how much running he's actually done. But then again, I think 2 back, going the 7/8, maybe, you know, with that 1 turn configuration, the same that he gets here, albeit going the mile, maybe that does him well.
I don't know whether or not to take this as a negative, or maybe a horse that's kind of getting lost in the shuffle, and another
Right.
that's being overbet, because it seems as though I expected him to be a slightly shorter price than this 9-1 that we're getting right now as well, because tap into this, the horse that won that race that we're talking about, he came back to win again, and then yet again with a 99 Beyer speed figure over at Keeneland. We've seen Duration and Barb be consistent types, at least with their numbers, and so maybe he didn't really do that much running in that race, but if even just being able to keep up with the likes of those horses, 9-1 does seem a little bit high, but at the same time, I don't know what, it's mixed messages.
It is mixed messages. I don't know if people are seeing him as I see him, as, you know, even though he's a drop down, he really didn't do much running in those maiden special weights, or if there's, you know, an intangible that we can't.
Or is it his obsession with the one and the trip that he had and the being against the racetrack?
Exactly.
I don't know.
That's a big question mark, because at least on paper, he looks as though he should be the second choice, but I do find it a positive that the 6 in here, Porosity, coming back off that long layoff, is taking some money at 7-2.
Yeah, this one is the one that you could argue is being bet into the face of your heavy favorite, because look, we all have seen how productive that race has been. This horse is getting the whole makeover, as Richie was touching on, where we're going to see him be dropping in class. They only paid, as a yearling, that original $50,000 for him. So it's not as though there's as much of a loss glaring you in the face as a horse that cost the $525,000 and now is dropping in for the maiden 50.
One we haven't really touched on too much, other than in the post rate, is extra sensory. As you said, and there is a lot more turf and synthetic on the bottom side, but he is a son of street sense, and we've seen his progeny do well going long on dirt. First time out, at least looking at my notes from that maiden 50, I wrote big, good-looking type that was just green and not all the way fit. So I'm sure Chad, obviously it's Saratoga and he wants to win all the races that he possibly can. So the intention to win a race is there. But I wonder if, too, putting him on the turf, obviously with the pedigree in mind, but also just it's an easier surface to get one, a little bit tighter, get the experience. It's a kinder surface.
And I think Chad Brown switching horses from turf to dirt, adding blinkers for the first time with maidens, is actually not really a big sample size, and there's only 3 off the turf races within the 13 race sample. None of those were winners, but he does have 4 winners in doing so. 62% of the money with a $3.66 ROI. So usually these are either ones that get overlooked a bit, or it's a move that he does with intention.
And you're getting 9-1, so overlooked.
And I didn't pick him, so there we go.
Do these usually win when you don't pick them?
I don't know. Maybe that's an added angle we can take a look at.
Okay. Kavanaugh, I will say, as he takes his place in line next, did run pretty well. First off the claim for Bruce Brown, but as you mentioned, that was for maiden 20. This is for 50, so a tougher field all around. Interesting race. Will it be your 8-5 favorite Apalta? Or will someone else step up and get the job done, breaking their maiden today here in race number 2? Chris Griffin has the rest of the load and the call.
Metatron goes in. Thank you, Maggie. And Sarah. Porosity. Private Flight. Last to load to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Kavanaugh has asked for speed in between horses, and Extra Sensory is up with the pace too. Extra Sensory, Manny Franco, they take command and get over to the rail. They're going to be clear. It's up by 3/4 of a length. Here comes Metatron to apply pressure up at the far outside. That's Private Flight. As they come out of the chute and now hook up with the backstretch. Extra Sensory with a nose advantage. It's a leisurely pace, it looks like, early as they work up the backstretch, and Private Flight is not in a hurry, but does put a neck in front. 22.78 for that opening quarter mile. Just having to steady briefly was Metatron, and picking up a spot towards the outside is Kendrick Carmouche on Porosity. Still losing some ground here as Metatron is now backing up through the field. About to challenge and take fourth. Up on the outside comes Fiddling Felix with At the Rail Apalta. The trailer is Kavanaugh, while wide. They approach, a half mile left to go, 45.51. Moving right along now as they're into the turn, and the leader is Private Flight, but for how long? Porosity has been traveling nicely and now puts a neck, now a half length, now a full length in front. All in is Extra Sensory, who tips out to the 2-path. Outside of that rival comes Fiddling Felix. They're chasing Porosity as they've got a quarter mile left to go. Porosity, center of the racetrack, is trying to kick on and does. Porosity is trying to open up on this field. Extra Sensory now within range, and Extra Sensory has not given up the chase. Porosity's got plenty, though. A furlong left to go, and Porosity is pouring it on. Porosity has a 16th left, and Porosity is now 4 lengths in front. Kendrick Carmouche, Porosity, they're going to win this one stylishly. Then in second came Extra Sensory. Kavanaugh up late for third, and Fiddling Felix in 1 minute 35.10 seconds.
It was the other drop down as Porosity, Sarah, never looked like a loser. I was kind of questioning Kendrick. I was like, why didn't he just let him go and bowl along to lead? Because he had fistfuls of horse down the backside.
He seemed very confident in this horse's ability to then open up on this field where he was sitting just off of your pace setter, who ended up fading quite a bit in here towards the outside in Private Flight. But this one seemed poised and ready to go and was able to extend the margin. You can see kind of here, this is where I start to feel a little bit more confident that we're going to actually get to the wire in front. And Extra Sensory, you were commenting on the turf action that we see from this horse.
I see why Chad did for her
it makes
first time out, but
and there,
you know, you got to try different things.
Absolutely, running well to finish second. Your favorite,
Yeah.
absolutely nowhere, though. He did have some difficulties at the start.
Yes, as we'll take a look here at the break for number 1, Apalta, and get it down to Mig. What happened, Mig, here at the start?
Yeah, you know, it's something we talk about a great deal. Horses tend to go to the path of least resistance. They flow to empty space like water. And I just think that all that empty space inside of, Apalta, he just said, you know what, it's easier to go to the left than it is to go to the right. And, it certainly cost him, had to be rushed up a bit, but kind of flat after that anyway, wasn't he? And how about the winner, Porosity, guys? Doesn't he have some really high action? But, boy, he got it done in a good way.
He did. Yeah, a disappointing effort from your favorite Apalta. The blinkers doing no favors to him whatsoever after veering in. He just does, as you said, Sarah. He'll run to that open space, but it wasn't that severe where it cost him the race. He just didn't show up.
No, there was a very valid excuse last time where he then was against the racetrack after veering out to the open space. This time veering into open space, the blinkers not having much of an impact on correcting that. But I agree with Mig, very flat afterwards.
This was an impressive maiden score and no claims. I thought somebody might take a shot and roll the dice, at least on either of the 2 drop downs in here, but no claims. The track very fast as Apalta completing the mile in 1:35 flat. But coming up next with the defection and the retirement of Torpedo Anna, George Weaver could get a distaff win with Dorth Vader as she has been preparing well for her try at a Breeders' Cup win.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10:25, 10:25, at 25:35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. As Porosity, he was the goods coming back off the layoff for only his second start. Linda Rice having this son of McLean's music ready to rock and roll as Kendrick Carmouche sat with his feet in the dashboard before he turned him loose midway around the turn, and it was all over, Sarah.
He's coming out of a race with some much tougher competition than he was running into in here as he came back off that break, like you mentioned, and one that we knew was capable of being forward early, given the kind of break that we saw from him in that debut, and really just overwhelming his competition as we get closer and closer to the wire here. It seemed as though he finished up strongly and just made some sense on that drop in class.
With some separation in the field, Extra Sensory rounding out the Exacta, and Kavanaugh coming in third. $33.93 Exacta here officially in race number 2. Race 3 coming up next, claiming 17.5 non-2 life, going the 6.5 furlongs, and early on, smile and say cheese. He doesn't like to often do that, as he's looking for his second win and now his 10th career start. He's your current 2-1 favorite as Linda Rice looks to go back-to-back.
He makes sense, as does the number 6 Dark Vector, the two that are taking some money in here. But I thought this was a pretty open field where it's tough to really have a lot of confidence in anybody coming into this spot, as generally is the nature of these types of races.
Well, we spoke about Todd Pletcher having plenty of Breeders' Cup representatives. A former employee of his in George Weaver will have several too, as Cy Fair, she'll opt for the juvenile turf sprint. Governor Sam in the turf sprint, as well as Royal Testament as well in that juvenile. But Dorth Vader, she is coming into the Breeders' Cup Distaff in fine form here. Now, she's going to finish the narrowest of seconds in this personal ensign behind former Horse of the Year Torpedo Anna. But this year, Sarah, she doesn't have to deal with Torpedo Anna in the distaff.
No, and look, you could make the argument, and convincingly so, that this Torpedo Anna was not the one narrowly finishing second to Fierceness, but this was still, I think, one of her better races where she did have to fight. It was sort of that redemption arc moment from last year where she wins by the margin that she lost by in the previous year around the same time, towards the inside of another horse who was oncoming late. With the defection of Torpedo Anna from this division, and none of the 3-year-old fillies necessarily stepping up and asserting themselves as major threats, Dorth Vader kind of becomes an extremely logical type to take in the distaff, which you wouldn't have thought coming in a month ago.
I did.
Yeah?
Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Nitrogen is the only consistent 3-year-old, as we saw her beat older fillies as well, finishing second in the Spinster. Just not Gin. But our very own Acacia Clement, she was making the rounds up at Saratoga following these penultimate Breeders' Cup works, and she caught up with George Weaver.
Joined by trainer George Weaver, talking about Breeders' Cup horses. George, let's start with who I think is the queen of the barn, it seems, in Dorth Vader, pointing to the distaff. What have you seen from her after her really valiant effort in the personal ensign?
Well, she's put together a very nice campaign this year, and, we purposely skipped any kind of prep. We thought she ran really hard here at Saratoga. We wanted to go into the Breeders' Cup fresh. And I think she's just learning how to run. We took the blinkers off, and, Johnny's gotten in a good rhythm with her. I actually thought we won. My vantage point where I was, I thought we nosed her. And then I watched the replay, and I was like, oh, darn. We got nipped, but I still feel like she ran a winning race, and she's done well since then. We spaced her works out, and everything's gone smoothly, and she's shipping on Wednesday. So we're looking forward to seeing if she can put that same effort forth.
George Weaver there, as he wasn't the only one that thought they won that personal ensign. I have never seen rider John Velasquez so PO'd after a race thinking that he won it, and I had to tell him, No, as I was on the pony there, and the producers telling me in my ear that, in fact, Torpedo Anna and Brian Hernandez have won it, which was a role reversal from the Travers the year before.
Absolutely, and you being a part of both of the bad breaking news for both riders.
I know, so it felt
Poor
good
thing.
to deliver the good news to Brian this year. But anyway, as it looks as though she's training well, and George saying something I thought in an article about her preparations, in that he's keeping her regular exercise rider aboard her for these workouts, because when he has regular rider John Velasquez aboard, she tends to do too much, in which he had her on before that 4th place disappointing effort in the Molly Pitcher.
And if you can sort of draw a line through that, or come up with some sort of reasoning for a subpar performance when we had seen that big race last time, as well as the race that she had won prior to that, even though if she was perhaps with the track a little bit, she still showed up and ran a big number in there. If you can build that excuse for the one in between, I think that her case becomes even more strong heading into that Breeders' Cup Distaff.
How about George's other horse, whom we saw break her maiden in just emphatic style first time out? That's Cy Fair. Now, she's going to take on some boys as well in the juvenile turf sprint, but here she is up in Canada. Where is she there? Oh, on the far outside, of course, rallying. I mean, this is kind of a departure from what we saw from her in her previous efforts, but boy, she responded well.
And having those multiple dimensions so valuable at this stage of the game with the 2-year-olds, where we do see a lot of the times if you have that one way of going, it can be successful first time out of just showing that early speed. She's shown that she can adapt and do something different if need be, so she has multiple options going forwards for her. We just have to see what we get from any European contenders.
What I love about her too, Sarah, is that she's shown that no matter where she's placed in a race, she has multiple gears. And I think that's so devastating to have in a turf sprinter, is that you can run fast, but you can also dig down deep and change gears and get an even faster one to finish off your races.
Having that turn of foot in the shorter races instead of just going long, especially at multiple points as well, where you can hit the acceleration, it's huge at this stage of the game.
Cy Fair, she will be one of several in that Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint as one person, a human athlete that's made quite an impression here in New York. From the springtime onwards, Ricardo Santana Jr., who has moved his tack here to the NYRA circuit full time, has responded beautifully, and we'll have more on him and his success here in the Big Apple coming up after the break.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at NYRABets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
For jockey Lane Luzzy, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and you know, it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzy, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the jockey's room. So he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse. But he did start getting on horses right at Belmont Park. He went to Floral Park Memorial across the street. And when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you know, you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. You know, it was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses, and when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks like kind of bummed out that the horses were gone, and that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzy has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home, I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
Lane Luzzy making a name for himself, of course, following in his father, Mike's footsteps. And Richie, I know that you rode with Mike. I mean, if you blindfolded me, I wouldn't be able to tell you who was who because I think they sound so much alike. But do they look alike in the saddle?
Yeah, that's the thing that's uncanny to me, Acacia, is that he looks just like his father on a horse. Now, Lane has gotten stronger. You know, Mike was a full-fledged journeyman, had already had a really successful career in Maryland before he came to make his mark in New York. So he had already hit that kind of level of maturity. But Lane looks exactly like him on a horse. When they go to their left-handed crop, it's uncanny how much they look alike. And, you know, for me, it's interesting. I watched him grow up, you know, just like I watched, you know, Miguel grow up with my son Joseph and Riley Mott. And to see them go on and making their mark in the game, it's just such a source of pride and also makes me feel a little bit old.
Makes me feel old too, as Mike rode my favorite horse for my father way back when in 1990, I think, and won on him first time out, and we still joke about Colonel Hill.
All right.
As race number 3, hitting the track, it is at 17.5 non-2 life, 6.5 furlongs. There is number 1, Backtrack.
Yeah, Lane Luzzy will be aboard this one, looking to get back on track.
Number 2, Smile and Say Cheese. I don't know how trustworthy he is, Sarah.
I don't really think he is, and he doesn't have any early speed either.
Diabolico, he has some tactical speed.
He does, in a big race last time, running second with a 71 buyer speed figure.
Zakat graduated last time for 35.
This was at a time that the barn was a little bit chilly up in Saratoga, so maybe one that could take a step forward.
Macville, 1 for 15 in his life.
Tough to endorse.
Dark Vector feels like the class of the field.
He does, and he can be forward as well, a horse with a little bit of that tactical speed that you mentioned.
Here is one entered for the waiver, Senor Pickles.
a total unknown, a horse that's only had the one start, but if you think he's going to improve, he's the new face.
And here's number 8, Sittin' Chili. Katie Davis is the rider.
I like Katie Davis getting back aboard this horse, one that she's ridden in the past and seems to get along with well, where he was able to be forward in a start, 3 starts back.
As we'll take a look here at Smile and Say Cheese. Sarah, from the word go, when this horse began his career, he's never been the most straightforward type. He likes to get out. He doesn't get his leads right. He doesn't run the turns well. And for me, that is why I have continuously stayed away from him. Now, he'll make his second start here for Linda Rice and also his second start on Lasix.
Look, he's one that he was running against tougher company in the past, and that debut win was a solid effort, but maybe a little bit one that just seemed like that precocious 2-year-old where he then didn't really move on to improve after that against his competition. So look, I think he's logically spotted. I get why he's taking the money that he is in here and that he has the consistency in terms of some numbers coming in relative to this field, but I just wasn't in love.
No, as he was getting out around the turn last time out, and he was on his wrong lead throughout the running of the stretch. Jose Lezcano aboard again, though, for Linda Rice, who looks to go back-to-back here early on this Wednesday card. As we'll check back in with Mig, who you have some thoughts on number 3, Diabolico.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just like the way the horse looked in the paddock. He's a horse that's got the right kind of style, I think, where he can get a good stalking trip. Pat Quick does a really good job, and his horse looked really, really well turned out in the paddock. The 4, Zakat, I've always been under the idea that when a horse breaks their maiden for, let's say, 35, which this horse did, they're generally worth about half that, and he's in for the 17.5. Now, he hasn't been seen since July, but you had to like that one dirt effort where he put himself in good position, and I just think he's being well managed, put into a spot where he should be a contender. The 6, Dark Vector, will be my top selection. Looked great in the paddock. Comes off a decent effort, has some speed. I just, honestly, I thought this was the toughest race to handicap all day, and mostly because of the way he looked in the paddock. Dark Vector will be my top selection. Then the 7, Senor Pickles, 1 for 1. He's a New York bred that broke his maiden at Monmouth. He's by Reedsdale, stands at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. And Reedsdale was out of a mare named Harpia. Harpia being by Danzig, a lot of good Juddmonte blood there. And I think an interesting stallion. And the fact that this horse is 1 for 1, and now he comes in with that waiver claim because he's been off of a layoff. And who knows, maybe they're thinking over the winter we can get a New York bred condition. I don't know what the thought process is, but he looks terrific. Really could not look any better. Looks very fit, too, coming off the bench.
Thank you, Richie. I thought he was the wild card in here. Attracts Ricardo Santana and is a horse that I thought broke well and had a 7-pound apprentice aboard him first time out, albeit way back when, last year in July. So nearly, closer to 18 months of a layoff, but never even asked. Like, the rider was statuesque, and this horse just circled the field and ended up winning by 7.
And look, a function of that could be that he was running against nobody in that field, but also you're getting such a good price on a horse where we have seen enough from Smile and Say Cheese, or at least I have. I've seen enough from a horse like Dark Vector. He is the one that at least has some upside potential left, and you're getting the price to find out versus taking a short price on a horse that maybe you don't feel too confident about.
I will say this, though. It does feel like a really big price on number 6, Dark Vector. Is that, should he be condemned for that, or do you look at that in the positive sense of things? I think it might be the claim that might be,
I think
making
it's
his price
connections,
bigger.
right? When you take a horse away from Jordan Wyckoff and Kerry Brion, when he's been in some Mike Maker barn, he's been with George Weaver. These aren't really connections that we typically see take money, but I don't think that his price at 9-2 should be one that completely dismisses him.
They are taking their places in line. Will Smile and Say Cheese run straight to get his picture taken today? He is your 6-5 favorite for Linda Rice as they head into line, and we head upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call of race 3.
Goes in, Dark Vector. Zakat. Zakat moves in. 2 out. Senor Pickles. and Sittin' Chili. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Senor Pickles, right towards the front, has company from Backtrack at the rail. In between them's a cat. Doesn't want to be up in that early fray. It's going to take back here. Is going to sit in third for Christopher Elliott. Another 2. Back to Sittin' Chili, who's in 4th. Moving through to the inside of that one comes Ruben Silvera on Diabolico. They're out in the center of the racetrack. 4 wide is going to be Dark Vector, second to last. Macville and the early trailer, Smile and Say Cheese. 22.22 for the opening quarter mile. Less than 4 furlongs to go, and they work into the turn. Backtrack is a neck in front. Senor Pickles is back for more towards the outside. Under the shove here, very wide is Dark Vector, but is making up some ground. And here comes Dark Vector on the move for Jamie Rodriguez. At the rail, all ends a cat. Is not making up the ground yet. Dropping back there is Diabolico. From the back, trying to run on Sittin' Chili. And far, far back, Smile and Say Cheese. They reach the top of the stretch, and Dark Vector's trying to win it right now. Dark Vector is a length and a half in front. The main danger is Smile and Say Cheese is on the wrong lead, but a lot of momentum grandstand side. Dark Vector, Smile and Say Cheese. Dark Vector, a 16th left to go. Smile and Say Cheese is now thrust to the front. Win picture time for Smile and Say Cheese. Dark Vector second, then came Macville and Backtrack. Get 1 minute 16 and 4.
He doesn't make it easy for his riders, but Smile and Say Cheese just got win number 2 in start 10.
Nothing was easy about this kind of trip for this horse who he had some trouble at the start where he ended up having to be taken back to last. He's making this big wide move. He's then drifting out. Then he ends up drifting back in on the wrong lead. Every step of the way, this horse was putting up a fight with his rider, Jose Lezcano, to really test his limits there and being aware of correcting him, but ultimately he ended up just being the best.
Exactly. It was, I think, a product of the field quality versus his actual quality on this particular occasion, as Linda Rice does go back-to-back here this time, as you said, with Jose Lezcano, Dark Vector finishing second, and Macville and Backtrack picking up the pieces to be third and fourth. Well, as promised, we have live coverage of Horseshoe Indy as well. And they'll kick things off here with an allowance race going the mile and a 16th. We do take out number 3, Fletcher Bay. Number 2, Dance Mo is your favorite, but I can't wait to check in with Rachel McLaughlin and hear her thoughts on the Chilean import, Gaza Rico? I have no idea how I said that, Rachel. Please help us out because
I got it for you.
I'm intrigued to see what this guy does for Red Cox.
Yeah, you're going to love this, honestly, Raggy. This is Heroico is what Ricky Giannini, the assistant to Brad Cox here in charge of his Indiana string, said. I even called right before I went live, and I said, tell me how to say this horse's name correctly. So, Gaza Heroico. And, you know, he said, tell me what happened. I didn't get to watch these replays. And he said, I looked them up. I got access to them. And the track there, the turf, he said, is actually a little bit like Kentucky Downs. He says it's a 7 furlong and it's got kind of the sweeping turn. So he thinks that he likes the way he's working. He's had him to September. He's had a lot of time to settle him in. And he's really excited to see what he's going to do today because he really doesn't get tired, Ricky said, in the mornings. He gallops out really well. He might need one today to settle in, but he feels like he's poised to make a big move here for Brad Cox, and he gets leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Now, physically speaking, the one Lear I just absolutely loved. So tall, so sleek. When you look up the picture of what a thoroughbred racehorse is supposed to look like, I mean, he really fits the bill. And as you guys know, horses love this weather. It is cold today. I am freezing. With the wind, they said it's about 33 degrees outside. Humans might not like that very much, but horses absolutely love it, as you guys know, and for the audience out there. So it was a little hard to tell who really felt good moving or if they were just excited that it was cold and kind of prancing around and feeling good in this nice crisp weather. So, but with that said, Dance Some Mo, the 2, definitely was dancing through the post parade here on his toes, looked phenomenal as well. And, you know, he's the favorite here from Thomas Van Berg. So the two Dansamo definitely physically as well at the top of my list here today for the opener, guys.
Rachel, thank you. And I am glad we're here in New York where it's a lovely 64 degrees. Wow, that sounds cold out there.
I feel for her. I mean, you understand much more than I ever will what it's like to be out in the elements, but today's not a bad day for it here.
No, it's not. For once, you know, people are always like, oh, isn't it so cold up in New York? And I'm like, yeah, but not that cold this time of year.
No, and I guess I don't think of Indiana as being in the 30s already.
I know. You know what? I always say because we're closer to the water, it actually keeps it more temperate. And they're out in the plains, essentially.
They are not near the ocean, that is for sure.
As they are taking their places in line. I love the gate cam out there at Horseshoe Indy. Gives you a nice kind of in the action feel of being in the gate. And really interested to see what this Chilean import does for Brad Cox. Gaza Heroico. Coming in here, getting Lasix, stretching out off that 7 furlong effort off the back of a win, as John Dooley will bring us the rest of the load and call for the opener at Horseshoe Indy.
Danny Sheehy with 6 victories. The U.S. is coming over from Ireland. Fountain Run has joined. Now Gaza Heroico, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 99 wins at the meet. There's the Chilean bred colt Gaza Heroico. Dansamo 6-5 now on the first favorite. One more, Follow the Money. Orlando Mexico for leading trainer Randy Klopp with 54 wins here this season. Low to wall on America's Day at the Races. Fast Track, they're in the gate. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Bourbon Society broke well. Here comes an early bid by Follow the Money in company with Fountain Run, who's right there well up. Lear in the green cap with on the outside Gaza Heroico, and Dansamo has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. It's Bourbon Society. And Fountain Run on the outside now kicks on for Danny Sheehy and takes the top at the 6.5. It's Fountain Run, who's come clear by 2 from Bourbon Society, who now pursues. A break of 4 more to Follow the Money, running in third. The outside is Gaza Heroico, the Chilean bred colt running in 4th. Lear with the rail, and Dansamo trails here in the Wednesday opener. Strong pace on. Quarter 22.99 seconds. It's Fountain Run. So Fountain Run dictates terms to Bourbon Society, staying close. It's a break of 4 more to Gaza Heroico, who's making progress now from 3rd. Follow the Money toward the inside with Dansamo, who's now ranging up on the far outside in the purple cap for Joe Ramos, and Lear is last. Fountain Run clocked a half mile in 46.50 seconds. 3 furlongs to go, and they're aiming for Fountain Run still at 11-1. It's Fountain Run who spearheads them coming toward the quarter pole as Dansamo continues to build momentum on the outside for this final quarter of a mile. And right there, Bourbon Society in between horses. Then Follow the Money. Gaza Heroico comes up with a bit on the extreme outside, and Lear is last. Top of the stretch, 3/4 in 1 minute 11.12 seconds. It is on the outside, Dansamo, and in between horses, Bourbon Society, who battles on for the final 16th. Fountain Run is back in 3rd. They're close to home. It's Dansamo and Bourbon Society not going down without a fight, but Dansamo gets the result by a half length. Bourbon Society second gamely. Fountain Run finished 3rd.
Dansamo delivers as your favorite. Needed the length of the stretch to get there, Sarah, but he did prevail in the end.
He did, and we didn't see much of a late kick from that Chilean import that you were mentioning for trainer Brad Cox coming in here. Just maybe needed one to acclimate, because I think he did finish up ultimately with some interest a little bit too late, though, and your favorite does oblige.
Yeah, it took a little while to switch over there to his outside lead, just showing a little bit of kind of greenness, if you will. As you said, might need to acclimate to American racing. Well, that will do it for me for now. go downstairs in my
Get to go play outside.
natural habitat.
Absolutely.
But Sarah, job well done. Acacia Clement will be coming up next to take over and take you the rest of the way here on America's Day at the races. And I'm sure she will be saying smile and say cheese as the horse got his picture taken in today's third race. Linda Rice, as more action continues here on America's Day at the races.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
We're
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, getting closer and closer to Halloween. It's spooky season. Scorpio season starts today, actually. Very important festive time.
For you especially, birthday coming up.
For me especially, as I'm Acacia Kumla, stepping in as host through the rest of the show. And Sarah, we've had a lot of talk about Breeders' Cup races, which we will continue throughout the afternoon. But first, it was the day for Smile and Say Cheese to get back to the winner's circle, as he was second off the claim for Linda Rice and found the right spot to return to victory today.
And look, he had really nothing go favorably throughout this effort. We saw him not be forwardly placed, as we tend to see from him. He was checked back to last early on, kind of through his own gangliness getting out of the gate. And we did see him make that wide move on the turn. Then he was lugging out, then he was going back and lugging in, but ultimately just proved to be too good for the rest of this field.
Found the right spot, as mentioned, found his friends, so to speak. As we turn the page, take a look at race 4. You have a tepid 3-1 favorite in Real Savvy, who's taking a drop in class for the first time, trying to go back to some of that late 2-year-old form, but this is a wide open race, as the board reflects.
It is, and just to mention, our usual morning line maker, David Aragona, did not make the morning line for today's makeup card, so just something to keep in mind as the card goes on, where we do see that fluctuation in some of the prices. I think that Real Savvy makes a lot of sense in here, but I'm with you. This is an open group.
Talk a little bit more about it on the turf for race 4 when we come back. We will also continue our Breeders' Cup conversation. Sierra Leone looking for back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classics, trying to be only the second horse in history to do so. He's gearing up for a repeat. More on him after this.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Tisno is battling on. The American Horse of the Year and the ARC winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic. On the outside, Jockey. Tisno fights on. Here's the wire. Desperately close. Tisno wins it for America.
That incredibly special victory in 2001, where Tisno wins it for America, of course, just following 9/11, but it was also a back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classic win for an incredibly talented horse.
And an exciting race, too, where we do see him still be that sole Breeders' Cup Classic dual winner back-to-back years, where it was kind of that time that everybody needed a little bit of a feel-good story or something to at least be proud of here, as we see even there in the background, increased security since it was during a couple of days after 9/11. But Tisnow, he's certainly left his mark on the breed.
He really has. The Sierra Leone will look to become just the second horse to win back-to-back Breeders' Cup Classics, joining the likes of Tisnow, some pretty solid company there. Sierra Leone had his last work up in Saratoga on Saturday and gearing up to try and defend his title. Staying up at his Saratoga base last year, Chad Brown opting to keep him down at Belmont. This year he stayed up at the spa and he looks exceptional, as he always does. An incredibly good-looking animal, but has continued to train beautifully leading up to that Breeders' Cup.
And it's Chad Brown kind of tinkering with equipment and trying a few different things with him throughout his 3-year-old season before he ended up getting that victory in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But could you make the case that all along he just needed some pace to close into?
Very well could be, as pre-entries are out. Contrary thinking, he's in the field should they decide to run him and set the pace in there. Got a chance to catch up earlier this week with his trainer, Chad Brown. Let's hear what he had to say on defending Classic winner.
He's training great, so it's shaping up to be a really memorable classic. There's a lot of horses going in there training well that I see, but my horse is doing super. I'm so proud of him. I'm so impressed with his consistency, both in the mornings and afternoon. He's always been right there for us, and he's coming into it as good as he did last year. His last 3 starts have been really, really good. A little rusty in his first start of the year in New Orleans, but the last 3 starts have been right there. His numbers are quick. Based on the way he's training in the morning, it looks like he's set up for another fast number.
He won the Whitney this summer. Unfortunately, not the easiest trip for him in the Jockey Club Gold Cup when we did see Mindframe lose his rider. Sierra Leone really kind of being affected, having to alter course as a result. But with him coming back this year, I think winning a race like the Whitney, and should he be able to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, first of all, enhances his value once again and kind of validates keeping him in training for another year.
It does, and that would show that we were excited about this class of older horses coming in after the kind of 3-year-olds that we saw last year, and they've still stuck around and shown up with some big performances. Fierceness winning that Pacific Classic, of course, and having some of his big races, Mindframe, the Stephen Foster, even Antiquarian getting his chance at some graded stakes success as well in that Jockey Club Gold Cup. So sometimes it pays to stay on the racetrack.
You look at the Classic last year, and 3-year-olds finished 1, 2, 3 with Sierra Leone, Fierceness, and Forever Young, and all of those coming back as older horses this year, which is pretty cool. But last year, it seemed like the 3-year-olds were the big names and the ones you wanted in that Classic. This year, you have exciting 3-year-olds, of course, with the like of Sovereignty, but you also have very good older horses, which I think makes it a more interesting race.
It's more in depth, and if we do see one of those 3-year-olds like Sovereignty step up and win a race like this over the kind of older company we know is going to be in this field as they run their races, I think that really strengthens a case that he might be making for Horse of the Year.
We'll see what plays out, looking to shape up to be an exceptionally exciting Breeders' Cup Classic still to come. Sierra Leone's pilot, that's Flavian Pratt. He has plenty of 5 mounts ahead, which is usually the case. Reigning Eclipse Award champion rider. Talk a little bit more about him after this.
Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for 3rd today. At the 16th hole, Godite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again.
And 5 motivating at 870, come down or down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Straight No Chaser joins the fray on the outside with 1 furlong to run. Ben Tornado and Straight No Chaser. These two coming down to the line together. Straight No Chaser and Ben Tornado. Straight No Chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
2024 Breeders' Cup Sprint won by Straight No Chaser, who then would go on to win in Saudi. We saw him kind of have a little bit of a break, came back in his prep race and pointing to try and defend his title in this year's Breeders' Cup Sprint for Dan Blacker and John Velasquez.
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse is one that sort of always showed that he had capability and promise, and I think the time off that he had was pivotal to his success, where he's been able to show up with some of his bigger performances. And look, he's one of the ones that certainly makes sense coming into a spot like this where you have quite an open group.
Yes, it is. Here's the pre-entries for this year's Breeders' Cup Sprint. So Straight No Chaser third in that Santa Anita Sprint Championships, first race back. Prep for the Breeders' Cup. Horse I think is incredibly intriguing is Ben Tornado, who kind of had a similar path as Straight No Chaser. He had a layoff, came back with a prep race, but he won in the Louisville Society with a triple-digit Beyer speed figure.
He is one that just has really always shown up and outrun his odds, right? I mean, I think he was always sort of underestimated in terms of his level of ability, and he could still fly under the radar a little bit coming in.
Yeah, very interested to see how that wide open Breeders' Cup Sprint does play out, as Sarah mentioned. We turn the page, though, and get ready here for race 4 coming up next. It's a non-winners of 2 claiming race for $35,000, going 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. And right now, favoritism has shifted over to the 6th Landman Friday. He and Real Savvy, kind of the two taking most of the attention on the board right now, which does make sense. Let's meet the field. Here is the post-parade moments ago, starting off with Long Shot Union Express.
Yeah, this one has some recent turf races that would need to take a bit of a step forward.
Last out maiden winner, Mission Hill.
I just wonder if he's going to be able to do things on the front end in the same way that he did when getting that victory last time.
He's 15-1. Intriguing horse Tom Morley has had a lot of success claiming horses and putting them on the turf. Can he do that with the Boondocker?
If you want a new face who potentially has some turf in the siblings, there's a little bit of that going on here, and you're getting a very big price right now.
Landauer just missed at this level.
A huge price last time at 87-1, finishing second.
Ready, set, twirl, blinkers off.
Yeah, this one does make some sense in here, stretching back out in distance.
There's Landman Friday, currently the favorite.
Still pretty lightly raced, and he's one that he's been a little bit tactical too.
Here's Bulldoze dropping class.
Yeah, this one off the claim, being transferred over to Nick Zito.
The 8 is out. There's the 9 spin back, stretching out.
Only the 1 turf race last time, and we'll see if this one can take a step forward, second time on grass.
Oath of Omerta back onto the turf for first time in a while.
Hasn't really had many opportunities on the surface, but has shown speed.
Real Savvy dropping class for the first time.
Yeah, this one makes some sense after sitting off of the pace just slightly with a wide trip last time.
Cognoscenti, another one taking a drop in class.
Makes some sense in here as the class dropper like you mentioned, and we'll see if the consistency this one has could ultimately play out in terms of numbers.
And Come Full Circle drawing in gets back on the grass.
Yet to win on the grass, but did get that maiden victory for the first time on the dirt up at Saratoga.
That's the field for race 4. Good turf course going postward here as we head down trackside. Welcome in Richie Migliori. What are you seeing, Mike?
Yeah, hi Acacia. So we'll start with the 4, Landauer, who's just making a really nice physical impression. Comes off arguably the best race of his life last time, where he just missed it 87-1. Romero Mirage was aboard that day. Unfortunately, Romero was injured up at Finger Lakes just the other day, so he'll be out for a little while. I understand he had a fractured elbow, so hopefully Romero's okay. The 5, Ready, Set, Twirl, he'll be my top selection. I like him stretching back out to the mile. Last time he dropped to the $35,000 level, but that was sprinting, and I thought he ran okay, just maybe a little too sharp for him. He's a big price at 14-1, but what won me over was how he looked in the flesh. Just thought he looked outstanding for Rudy Rodriguez, who's been having a terrific Belmont at the Big A stand. The 6 Landman Friday looks great for trainer Danny Gargan. Not the biggest individual. I was actually a little surprised at how kind of small Landman Friday was. That doesn't mean he can't win. I mean, good things come in small packages sometimes, but Landman Friday certainly looked good, very dappled out, nice, rich, hydrated coat. And then the 11, Real Savvy, he looks terrific. You get Joel Rosario from Miguel Comant dropping down in class, and you start to see it this time of year. We're not too far away from the end of turf season, so people start to, well, let me run horses where I believe they can win. And if I lose them, then someone else has got to pay the bills on them or ship them south for the winter. This is a New York bred. So I just think he's very well spotted here, real savvy. A little bit drawn towards the outside, so I went a little bit more towards the inside with a bigger price, but real savvy, obviously a major player.
Taking that always important drop in class, Richie, thank you, as he's 3-1. The number 6 Landman Friday, currently 5-2. Here is a race from Real Savvy as we go back to November when he did win, and that was with using his speed. And I think that that's a little bit of the case for him. Was a bit more forward last time. I think he needs to be forwardly placed.
I agree with that, and I think that he will be able to likely sit just off of a horse towards the inside in the number 2 Mission Hill should they choose to go with him. We have a couple of horses stretching out in distance from some sprint tries, another one trying turf for the first time, so we'll see ultimately if there's other pace, but if there's not, that kind of helps him having that outside post position where he will likely be able to get over and set up with more of a trip that benefits him saving some ground at least in this race. And look, your current favorite makes sense as one that's slightly raced, but he doesn't necessarily have the races coming in that should suggest that he should overwhelm this field. And I think the 5-2 does display that on the board.
You kind of have 2 horses taking most of the money right now. Where else did you think was of interest, or was there not really anybody else?
For a horse that I thought would stay a price in here, Ready, Set, Twirl is one that I think that has some cases to be made for him, where when he was able to run at Saratoga on August 16th, he had a little bit of a wide trip in there. Yes, the pace was relatively honest, I guess, for turf racing here, but it held together and he wasn't that far off of it either. And he ended up finishing 3rd at 34-1 in that spot. I think that he was just facing some tougher company in the start after that. Then they cut him back in distance yet again, and he just ended up having a little bit of a wide journey in there. So the class that he's facing now, as well as the blinkers coming off, I wonder if they're going to return to some more forward tactics with a horse who once upon a time was able to have some forward position in turf sprints.
Both you and Richie going to Ready, Set, Twirl, stretching back out in distance. I always like the stretching out with the blinkers off, especially for him as he is an energetic individual that sometimes can get a little bit keen early in his races too. So maybe those blinkers off will help him to kind of switch off a little bit. He's always worn that shadow roll. And for Rudy Rodriguez, who, as Richie mentioned, been having a really strong meet over here. So 13-1, nice price on that one.
And this one running well at a time when that was not necessarily the case for the barn up in Saratoga, where we have seen them really pick things up as we've come back downstate. And so with that momentum now where we are seeing the barn really heat up and really fire on all cylinders, I think that that's also important for a horse that we saw them run well at a time when we weren't seeing that be a regular commodity.
The number 12, Cognoscenti, there he is, as this horse is also taking a drop in class. We'll go back to his race back in May, his lone win, as he's also been facing tougher since then.
And he was forward enough in that spot too, and that was his start against New York Breds where he was able to get the victory. And I think he was just kind of given a nightmare trip in that last start where he was always wide and out of position against horses that are likely better than the ones that he's going to be running into today. I don't know ultimately how good he is, but he's been coming up with some numbers that are very consistent in terms of his Beyer speed figures, and I don't think he has to be quite as far back as he was in his last couple of starts. He can have a little bit more position early on.
Yeah, carried incredibly wide last time out, just never really able to get comfortable, I think, throughout the running of that race. And 9-1 on this one right now as we get ready to kick off a pick 5 here, late pick 5 starting. Good turf course as the day has actually turned out to be gorgeous. It was raining a bit when I left Saratoga this morning and the sun came out kind of the farther south I went. I know there was a bit of rain here, but actually a beautiful fall day now.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And what Rachel McLaughlin was telling us about Horseshoe Indianapolis being very chilly right now, kind of feeling like 30 degrees.
No, no thank you.
You are definitely the first one to say no to that.
No, Maggie is way stronger than I am when it comes to the cold weather and being out in the paddock, for sure. And Richie's probably tougher than all of us. He used to ride in the winter here at Aqueduct with no gloves. So.
No gloves?
Yeah, he's not a glove fan, he said.
No. Do you think it like gave him an edge or something?
No, he said to feel the rain. So
oh, okay.
we'll have to ask Richie about it. Yeah, but that's what he always said. As they load in for race 4, good turf course coming up here. Non-winners of 2 in life. The number 6, Landman Friday, currently 2-1 favorite. Fair price, 9-5 now.
a little short. Nothing to really suggest that that's warranted in what I think is an open field, but this horse can easily win.
He will be coming from off of it. Race 4 on the turf. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Landman Friday. Come full circle. Last to load to the outside. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Goes in. All set. Just as they were set, breaking through the front of the gate there, Union Express pretty violently here, so short delay.
As you heard Chris Griffin say, Union Express popping open the front of the gate. Well done by Christopher Elliott, as that horse was trying to do what every rider's nightmare is, and that's drag his head down to get you to let go of the reins so that he can take control and run off.
And yeah, it seemed like he was going to have a little bit of headway there, but once he ended up being in a position where he wasn't facing forward, that I think was really key to getting this horse back under control, and didn't get that far.
Well done by Christopher Elliott as they bring him back around, inspecting by attended veterinarian and loading back in. Take 2 for race 4. Here's Chris.
All set. And they're off. Bulldoze ask for speed. They line up here as they quickly will come to the chute, and emerging is the Boondocker. The Boondocker right to the front for Jamie Rodriguez. Will be up by a length and a half as they're well spread apart here approaching that first turn. From an outside draw, Oath of Omerta is now going to be a stalking presence from second. Purple cap at the rail, that's Mission Hill. To the outside of that rival comes Ready, Set, Twirl, and Real Savvy is moving forward too, is now taken 4th. That's going to move Ready, Set, Twirl back to 5th. Up on their outside, here comes Spin Back, who's now in the 6th spot. Bulldoze is towards mid-pack, is in front of Landman Friday. Lineup of 3 in behind them. That's going to be Landauer back there with Cognoscenti, and a wide run so far for Come Full Circle. And the trailer, Union Express. On the backstretch here, 23.35 for that opening quarter mile. The Boondocker is in front. The Boondocker up by a half length. Lets it out a notch here, the Boondocker. Jamie Rodriguez as they move towards that far turn. 48.45 for the half-mile time. Oath of Omerta is right there engaged from second. 2 big long shots in front of now a shoved long. Down at the rail, Mission Hill. Real Savvy, not asked yet. Real Savvy sitting tight there in 3rd is ready to challenge. All in, here comes Ready, Set, Twirl, and Ruben Silvera, nowhere to go at the rail, gonna wait for room. Same can be said for Landauer as they're stacked up in behind the leaders. The leader is the Boondocker who kicks on. The Boondocker has been in front, and here comes Mission Hill, who finds that 2-path, is ready to challenge. Landauer found a dream run at the rail, and so did Ready, Set, Twirl, and they pounce on this leader. Real Savvy is cut loose on the grandstand side. Landman Friday now emerges late on the scene. Landauer made that big move for Kendrick Carmouche. Landman Friday catching with every stride. Give it to Landauer to win it. Landauer will win it at 25-1 over Landman Friday. Then came Real Savvy and Ready, Set, Twirl in 1 minute 44.97 seconds.
Landauer, another big price, 25-1. He was beaten ahead at this level last time out at 87-1, and today gets the win at 25-1.
And a huge price for a horse that has shown up on occasion with some big efforts at gigantic prices, last time, of course, being one of them. And he got that dream rail run, but I thought that the number 5 Ready, Set, Twirl had just as much opportunity to kick into gear as he did. And this horse was much quicker to accelerate and extend than he was. You did see a couple of the horses that were logical in taking money finish up 2nd and 3rd in here, but give it to Landauer, a horse that you didn't quite get 87-1, but it might end up playing like that in some of our late sequences.
Yeah, if you liked him last time getting back on the turf, hope you stuck with it today. He kind of validated that last effort. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. We're going to turn our attention over to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Maiden special weight is race 2 for the Indiana breds, 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track, and it's Screamin' Nina who's currently your favorite, getting back onto the dirt as we head over to Rachel McLaughlin. Rachel, I heard it's a bit chilly over there. I hope you're staying warm.
Oh my gosh. I looked at the weather, you guys, and I heard Maggie talking about it before she left. It says 56, but this wind is cold. And I said it last time and I'll say it again. The horses love it. Both times I've gone to the paddock, they are all feeling good, and you can just tell this is their kind of weather. So we've got some good movement on some of these horses, but I did get to talk to the connections of the one, Screamin' Nina, Steve Fostick, and Dave Hearn, who owns this one. Steve Fostick is the trainer. And just to give you a little bit of insight about the race, a couple back on the slop. He said it doesn't really say it in the notes, but when she was coming down the lane, he said she was just zigzagging all over the place. She couldn't figure out where to go, and he kind of explained it as she was on target, and then when she got jammed up a little bit, she lost her target. So he's hoping that they get away good, nice and clean out of the gate, which is key for her, and he said, I just don't want her pinned down on the rail. The apprentice jockey Jose Gutierrez, now recently a 5-pound bug, which means that he got his 40th win a couple weeks ago, so he got to kind of move up. He is really, really doing well here. And also, just to add a little bit of a chuckle, Steve said, at least she got a little bit more than 10 days like she did last time, but when the opportunity came up, he had to put her in that last race. So they like her a lot. Just to tell you guys, talked to Burgos about the 2. He said she really likes the turf a little bit better. The 4, COC, I just loved the look of her. She's dappled out. She's fit, and she was moving really well today. So those are the ones that I got a little bit of info on. Hopefully this one, Screamin' Nina, can make it home for Dave Hearn. The owner is just a wonderful guy, and Steve Fostick has been around here, the trainer, for a really long time. So rooting for some really nice people and a really nice horse with this 3-year-old filly here today, ladies.
Rachel, thank you very much. Screamin' Nina, we'll see if she can get the job done. She's a short price at 4 to 5 right now. It does make sense going back to the dirt. I know it was a wet track, but she ran well, finishing second on a dry track back in August. She finished second as well.
I think bringing up that short break between races, too, is important, where we see this one have a little bit more time between starts. The early speed that she showed last time on the dirt, even though it was that wet track that you mentioned, she at least was able to take a step forward from the speed she had shown in her first time going a little bit further on the dirt. And she's one that she hasn't really shown that turf speed until last time, where it was a little bit of a give in the ground for her. She looks like she's just the logical type in here.
2 to 5 now. COC 7 to 2. Back to the dirt for the first time in a long time. Rachel had some good things to say about her appearance, as she is getting some attention as well. They load in for race 2, Horseshoe Indianapolis. Indiana Breds coming up next, as we'll send it up to John Dooley for the call.
Luis Contreras with COC. Of Unbridled Express. Okay, just a couple in the back. Tap It Charm. Joe Ramos won the opener on Dan Samo for his 82nd win of the season. One more, Abra Abra. Fernando de la Cruz at the top of the meet leaderboard here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Seconds of the day. They're in the gate. They're off. Jogger broke sharp. Screamin' Nina holds her position with the rail, and Abra Abra has early speed here today as they make their way into the first turn. Tap It Charm, Ruthie Ozark, and COC has dropped back to last at Screamin' Nina. So for Jose Gutierrez taking advantage of that inside post, Screamin' Nina now takes charge of the pace and is in front by a length to Abra Abra, staying close as the fillies of mare go to the back of the track. Jogger is tucked in toward the rail, running in third, and joined out wide by Tap It Charm. It's a break of 2 more to COC, who's now running second to last, and Ruthie Ozark trails them. The quarter 25.09 seconds. There's no early pace on. Screamin' Nina dictates her own terms to Abra Abra, second on the outside. For Fernando de la Cruz, Screamin' Nina easily to the half-mile pole. From Abra Abra with Jogger toward the inside. Tap It Charm is out deep on the track, running in fourth. COC trying to gain now for Luis Contreras with a bid, but just held up, and Ruthie Ozark remains last. The front runner, Screamin' Nina, half mile in 50.57. Steady as she goes. Screamin' Nina leads around the far turn that way. Screamin' Nina in front here, challenged to the inside by Jogger, who found a hole inside of Screamin' Nina to vie for the lead as these maidens come for the top of the stretch. Abra Abra's been left back in third. Then COC with Ruthie Ozark and Tap It Charm. It's Screamin' Nina. Jogger toward the inside. Continues to battle Screamin' Nina. 3/4 in 1 minute 15.66 seconds. It's Screamin' Nina. Jogger gamely toward the inside for Alberto Burgos, but Screamin' Nina has the measure of Jogger as they come past the 16th. Ruthie Ozark and Abra vying for third. Screamin' Nina has scored the winning run by just over 2. Jogger was second, Ruthie Ozark third, Abra back in fourth, well clear.
She didn't have the lead every step of the way. Screamin' Nina actually passed at one point, but then she came back on the outside, making it a race between her and Jogger.
And it seemed as though she was passed pretty easily, but once she did switch over to the outside of horses, it seemed as though she was able to re-engage enough. Even on that wrong lead, heading into the final stretch there, she just seemed like she got things back together enough to be a little bit better than the group she was facing.
Back over in New York, we do see Hendrik Carmouche and Landauer coming into the winner's circle and echoing Richie's sentiments. We hope to see Ramiro Mirage back in the saddle soon. Heard from his agent, Rudy Rodriguez, it's an elbow and a thumb. So unfortunately, he'll be out for a while. So get well soon, Ramiro. We will miss you around the track. So pick up mount for Kendrick Carmouche here. And a horse that ran very well at this level last time, just missing. And today it got the win.
Yeah, I mean, this one overestimated perhaps in some ways last time coming into this race, but then you still got the price that you did where we were able to see this horse go off at 25-1. And look, I think that when you have those horses, it seems like last time was the time, but I would still take 25-1, wouldn't you?
I think if you liked him last time at 87-1, I just really hope you stuck with him today at 25-1.
All two of them, yes.
Yes, exactly. $53 winner there over the favorites in race number 4. Turning the attention over to race 5, we have 2-year-old fillies coming up next, sprinting on the turf here. It's a maiden optional claiming for $75,000, and it's honor the numbers who makes sense, should be the favorite, and is right now after that good second place finish.
I wonder if these odds will level out and even out a little bit, because 1-2 for anybody in here is a little bit
that is a bit
insane.
short. When we come back, not only is it Breeders' Cup next week, but this weekend, Breeders' Crown, harness racing's biggest weekend. Can Blueprint add a big victory to his already impressive tally? More on that after this.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Like, you walk him to the paddocks and back, he gets excited and then he'll want to stand up and act up. But like, in the stall, he's really nice. So Lou Print, usually the better bred babies go to Florida, but for whatever reason, shipping and whatever, he got left up here, and I kept telling the guys down there, I go back and forth like, listen, we have one up there that I think he's better than the ones we have here. And they're like, there's no way, these are killer colts, and they were right. There was great horses, but I go, I'm telling you, I've trained your horses, you haven't trained this one. He's better, I think.
Lou Print comes back to win it! It's Lou Print!
I think he is the best horse I've ever trained.
High praise from a trainer that's had some very good ones. Trainer Ron Burke and Lou Print heading to the Breeders' Crown. We'll have live coverage of the Breeders' Crown from Woodbine Mohawk Friday and Saturday on FS2, October 24th and 25th. Some of the biggest races, kind of similar to what we see in flat racing with the Breeders' Cup. In harness racing, the biggest weekend and some big purses and big opportunities.
Absolutely, and while you won't be hosting it, we will still be covering those races. And just, I feel as though I've learned so much about the Pacers because of the coverage that we were able to bring at nighttime, that you get to actually start seeing the trips and be a little bit more in touch with how those comparisons aren't that far off from flat racing.
Yeah, similar to what we see at the Breeders' Cup as well. 2-year-olds on Friday and then older horses on Saturday. There's 12 championship races, over $7.2 million in purses, which is pretty cool. Did get to go to the Breeders' Crown last year when it was at the Meadowlands, which is closer, which was a really, really neat experience. This year will take place up at Woodbine Mohawk, so be sure to tune in for that coverage. Horseshoe Indianapolis, the favorite, delivers Screamin' Nina, getting the victory past and then was able to come back late.
This one just seemed as though she wasn't as comfortable inside of other horses, and once that changed for her, she was able to re-rally and go on past a field that she ended up just being the best one in there. But it's not exactly the kind of confidence that you have as like a 3 to 5 should.
No, but she did get the win, $3.20 winner over Jogger. It was really kind of the two of them throughout. As we are on to race number 3, maiden claiming, $12,500 claiming race, a mile and 16th on the turf. And here's a look at the field. It's a tepid favorite right now at 7-2 with the number 10 Old Trace, who is a deep closer but did finish second at this level last time out.
Yeah, this is a wide open group where we are seeing some horses that are types that are taking that drop in class, or perhaps ones that have that room to improve, trying something different in here, but it's a wide open affair and I wouldn't want to take a super short price on anybody.
More on that Horseshoe Indianapolis race in a moment, but first it's time here in New York for our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, race 5, brought to you by Spencer Farm's 6-time reigning champion General Sire into Mischief Sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty. Sprinting on the turf here for the 2-year-old, still a very short price on Honor the Numbers. Yes, she should be favored, but if you have any interest in anybody else right now, you're getting some very generous prices.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know that this horse had a difficult trip in that race, but at the same time, you do have some pedigrees in here for top connections, and we're looking at one of them right now who's cutting back in distance, the half-2 Buttercream Babe.
That's right. There is Always Ready, who, as you mentioned, has some pedigree to suggest that sprinting might be better for her. She did run sprinting in an off-the-turf race, 2 back, and ran very well. Always Ready for Todd Pletcher. Was running against Straight Maiden Special Weight Company, showed speed last time, and the cut back in distance seems kind of to make sense.
Absolutely. I think that that will suit her. And 9-1 right now on a horse who at least should be able to handle this change in distance is kind of pricey, but I think it's just a function of all of the attention really going to Honor the Numbers, who had difficulty in that start, but yeah, there are other trips to look at in this race.
And we'll talk more about them in a moment, but first we welcome back to the show down here in the paddock, Maggie Wolfendale for this Spencer Farm Paddock Report. Maggie, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Acacia, and I clearly just can't quite get the dress code right, as it is warm, but not, warm enough for no sleeves, and definitely not cold enough for this coat that I have on. So anyway, we'll take a look here at horses in the paddock, including your heavy favorite in number 5, Honor the Numbers. Now, in that debut race, I thought of the first-time starters. I think there was about 4 or 5 of them in the race. She by far looked the most physically fit and ready, and was the most mature acting, but we saw her have that trouble at the start. Now, I'm not saying that this is the sole reason she had the trouble at the start, but she is a horse that is missing her left eye. You see that goggle over it. I don't want to say missing it. She had an injury, so she can't see out of it. Let's just put it that way. And so still, even after that trouble beginning, which saw her clearly in last, she then put in a rather professional effort, albeit circling the field while wide. So yes, we'll see if she reacts any better to, horses being around her with missing that left eye. But again, she looks incredibly fit here. She's really professional in the Aqueduct paddock. So all things good for your current favorite. As we'll also check in with some others that have turf experience. Number 7, Bashful Baby. I was not in the paddock for her debut, but I'll say this, watching her race, she did seem fairly green, especially early on. So the blinkers are going on today. Just a short cup cheater blinker for this daughter of Liam's Map. And then she launched a very wide run around the turn. She rightfully got a bit tired when trying to close that gap. She has been well-mannered here in the paddock, and she truly does look like a turf sprinter. So with the addition of that equipment, I wonder if we do see her a little bit more forwardly placed. You can also see the cotton in her ears just to keep her a little bit more calm, which she is responding to nicely. I agree with Sarah. That's much too big of a price on number 9, Always Ready here for Todd Pletcher, as this is the first time she's going to be able to turf sprint. Now, she's one that up at Saratoga, she was kind of bad to get the tack on. Last time, a little bit better to get the saddle on, but it proved to be too far for her. She came in sharp again, but still is well behaved. She just looks like a sprinter to me. Overall, I mean, she's just built that way. As Sarah referenced the pedigree, it's reflective in her conformation. And I think finally she might be getting the chance to do what she's been bred and built to do here, and that is turf sprint. Next, we'll move on to a horse that kind of caught my eye here, trying the turf for the first time, and that's number 8, Mara Joline. And you're probably wondering, why is she not running for the tag? Or maybe you've looked it up, but she actually RNA'd in a digital sale for $55,000. So that has made her eligible to run in this spot, being protected, not running for the $75,000, because obviously on form it shows that $110,000 purchase at the OBS Open sale, and you're like, wait, what? How can she run not for the tag here? But she can, as she'll make that first start for Greg Sacco, this daughter of Munnings, who is half for a horse who is 2 for 4 on the turf, and that one, and it was turf sprinting by Bernardini. So in my estimation, Munnings, a much better influence for turf sprinting than Bernardini, and boy, does she look like your quintessential turf sprinter. She is very round through her shoulder, barrel, her hip as well, and she has a massive flat turf hoof, Acacia. So she's one at a price that I think is worth throwing in underneath.
She's a generous price right now at 15 to 1. Maggie, thank you. Mara Joline getting onto the grass for the first time. Favorite continues to be, though, the 5, Honor the Numbers. As Maggie touched on in that paddock report, she did have trouble at the start. She really kind of had to steady back, and she was last early on throughout the running of that race, and she did come running on late. Bella Knows kind of nabbed her with the best momentum, but certainly a race that she should be able to build off of.
And she wasn't really bet in that spot either. She was 19 to 1 going out for the first time. And I think of the horses coming out of that common effort on August 27th, she is the one that was able to overcome the trouble the most.
Even money now. Too short a price?
Yeah. I think that she has the most obvious trip.
Right.
And being able to actually finish within the money still despite it. But there are some horses that also had some difficulty and some tough trips first time out as well.
And that was one of them going by, Bashful Baby. We'll take a look at her race in a moment. But first, we'll meet the field, starting things off with Avery's Wonderland getting onto the turf.
The dam did move up when switching over to the grass, so perhaps this one could do the same.
She was climbing early last time out. We'll see if turf helps her. There is Catholic Vice back to the grass.
Yeah, this one did break towards the inside and break in a touch in that common race. Many of these exit.
Here is Doppio Espresso.
Kind of a weird race from this one, first time out, where it seemed like she was actually being pulled up, but then ran on again.
Greyjoy, 3rd at this level last time.
Tough to really read how strong that race was, but did certainly outrun her odds.
Honor the Numbers, your favorite.
Taking all of the money and attention after overcoming a tough trip.
First time on the grass for Alma's Law.
Would need to improve with the surface switch.
Stepping up in class as well. Big price on the board. There is Bashful Baby, blinkers on.
This is the one I do like. I think needs to put things together mentally, but certainly made a big move last time out.
Marjolaine, first time on the grass, as Maggie talked about some of her positives.
Yeah, this one was bet a little bit first time out and didn't break that well.
Always Ready, currently 8-1, 7-1. Still a big price on this horse.
Yeah, I agree completely. And a big price on this one. Princess Andy towards the outside, too, for connections that we kind of expected to take some money in here for the two horses that have a little bit of experience.
Yeah, Princess Andy on the cutback and distance for Chad Brown. You can join Naira Bets today and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use code CUP25 and sign up now at NairaBets.com to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus. There is a look at your favorite, Honor the Numbers. We've talked quite a bit about her first race, so let's watch it. What happens here?
You can just see that she's one that she ends up being really sandwiched between horses and having to take back quickly right out of the gate. Then you can see that she's trying to gather some momentum, but she's already up against it. She's a little bit further back than they probably wanted to be. You can now see that she's going to have to make a wide move. And this is where you can also see kind of the strange move from Doppio Espresso as well, towards the back of the pack, who does run on again. But Honor the Numbers is able to still keep persisting. You can see that she's able to overcome sort of everything going against her early on in that race, and I think that that just says a lot about a horse coming in for their first start when they can actually show up still and just get run down towards the outside by a horse with that full head of steam, where maybe just going a little bit better as of late.
She's 2-1 now. Seems a little bit more logical pricing as we take a look at Bashful Baby. I was in the paddock for her first race, and she was kind of kept away from the rest of the field. She was really revved up prior to her race, so good news for her, for Maggie saying she's more calm, a lot of schooling going in, as she was just a little bit hard to handle throughout the running of the race. And I think with Joel Rosario, it was very soft hands, should suit her quite well. But she was getting out throughout the running of that race, particularly on the final turn.
This just seemed like a typical babyish 2-year-old kind of effort where they don't really have a full certainty of what their job is. But this move right here is what really enticed me about her, because this horse can run a little bit. To be able to circle the field and get herself into position and contention after those antics at the start, you can see that she's so wide in comparison to the rest of the horses in here. And while she does end up flattening out a bit as they straighten up, I just thought that having that acceleration that we did see from her perhaps is a hint that she could show up yet again, and maybe without those early antics and a little bit of calmness prior to the race, we could see a better effort from her today.
Experience often counts for so much. Quickly, I was just told by our wonderful track announcer, the 8 is pronounced Marjolaine. So my apologies. Thank you, Chris Griffin, for that assist. As we take a look at Bashful Baby at 4-1, but for some more horses of interest warming up trackside, let's check back in with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with Chad Brown's charge in here, who will immediately turn back in distance off of the mile and a 16th effort, first time out, in which you see the short comment line saying keen. Well, okay, when horses are keen going longer, I think you should turn them back. It kind of mitigates that propensity to be a little bit too aggressive, because you're obviously going to get faster fractions in front of you. But I don't know how keen she really was. Yeah, she had to kind of check back as they entered the turn because the other horses were folding over on her, and she did break very well. So she does have some natural speed. But then she seemed to settle quite nicely for Manny Franco and save ground and really didn't have much response through the lane. Now, on the flip side of that coin, she has run a race faster than many of these on the turf, but looking at her, she doesn't strike me as a sprinter, nor is she really kind of meant to be overall. I don't know, maybe with the 6 furlongs as opposed to 5.5, it helps her out a little bit here, and she looks great overall, and she's nice and composed, and she's very athletic type, but she's just bigger. She's bigger, she's longer. She does not strike me as a total turf sprinter, but we'll see what she's able to do here. As number 4, Gray Joy for John Terranova, I just think she looks a little bit more fit as she goes right back in the same spot that she came out of first time out with a good third place finish at 31-1. She's warmed up beautifully. She's very sharp today, a little bit more so than what she was in that debut. And I thought that she showed enough to me first time out that I think with another move forward, at least that's what she looks as though she's done physically, she could be right there in the mix, Acacia.
She's kind of getting overlooked right now, Maggie. Thank you. 11-1 on Greyjoy, who ran valiantly at a big price on debut and with some natural progression could take a step forward in here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this one, it wasn't the fastest race, but I don't want to put too much stock into those turf buyer speed figures for the 2-year-olds coming in, as we just saw a lot of money go towards the outside now with this one for Chad Brown.
Princess
and
Andy.
Big shift in odds.
The winner did wire the field. I'm with Maggie. I didn't think she was really keen. She did break on top first time out, which is usually a good sign. 5-2 on her, though, now as she cuts back in distance. See if she can take a step forward. Race 5, Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up next. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Princess Andy to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Princess Andy with a burst of speed from the outside. And here at the rail, here comes Avery's Wonderland. Avery's Wonderland, now with the nose in front, always ready as in between horses, is now a challenging second. Out wide or tight hold on Princess Andy in third. Just behind them, tucked in is going to be Greyjoy, who's in front of Doppio Espresso. And up on the outside, here comes Marjoline, who starts to progress, is taken fifth. In behind them, Catholic Vice is on the move from the back. Keen at the back end of the field is Bashful Baby with nowhere to go. The trailer, Alma's Law. They're well around the far turn in Avery's Wonderland. Now with a nose advantage, always ready to pounce. Tight hold here on Princess Andy. Just looming up on the outside, 3 wide. Just waiting for a cue as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Confident look from Manny Franco. They reach the top of the lane and Always Ready is kicked on. At the rail, Avery's Wonderland continues to battle. Now trying to open up, it's Princess Andy, who hasn't cleared rivals yet. Princess Andy does have a length advantage now and is sprinting away. Greyjoy is rallying on. Same can be said for Bashful Baby. Needing the line is Princess Andy. Getting the line will be Princess Andy, just holding off the charge of Bashful Baby, who is in between horses there with Greyjoy, finishing third. A woman at 9 and 4.
Princess Andy on the cutback in distance. She broke sharp once again and was just able to dig in.
Yeah, I mean, she was right up and on the pace that did start coming back a bit. So really doing all the dirty work in this race as we saw the run be a little bit stymied heading into the turn for Bashful Baby under Joel Rosario, who was a lot more professional today and really seemed like she might get there. And ultimately Greyjoy outrunning her odds once again to finish third. But big late money coming in on this one, and ultimately she ended up being the best with the kind of trip that she had.
She did. She was, as you heard in Chris Griffin's call, kind of looming up there. She was a bit wide, but it was a very confident ride from Manny Franco, and she was in the right spot. She took that late money and the early money as well. It was kind of a non-effort from the 5, honor the numbers. I have to go back and watch it again, but I think she was never really any threat.
No, and no one from that race was either. So maybe something to keep in mind moving forward is that we're kind of seeing it develop into what looks like a negative key race moving into the later part of the season for the 2-year-olds.
One to keep in mind as it's 5-2 on the 10 Princess Andy, 10-7, 4-9 in race 5. Belmont at the Big A. Prices and more racing from Horseshoe Indy after this.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now 650, $1,650,000 $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the third race at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. A mile and a 16th on the turf, a maiden claiming for $12,500 and a pretty wide open board right now. Very tepid favorite at 5-2, meeting the rest of the field though, starting things off with a long shot, Scoville to the rail.
Yeah, we'll see what we get from a horse who's had several opportunities so far.
Here is Poetic Words, not taking much money, but it is big drop in class.
It is, and perhaps this one is the one that is still lightly raced and had some difficulty first time out.
Rag Tree, 7-1.
Another one who's had a couple of chances, and the best recent form seems to be far back.
One of the contenders, Steel Venom, speed on the turf.
Blinkers are coming off this one, who has shown that good early speed, though we didn't see it last time, but different surface.
Long shot Grand Kingdom is the 5, and there's the favorite, the 6, Mi Compadre.
Was forward and finished second by a nose last time, but we'll see what we get from a horse who might have to take a little bit of pace pressure.
There's the 7, Malevaje.
This one would need to improve, but nice pronunciation.
Thank you. First time in the Roy Jackson barn. There's the 8, Sligo Time.
Another one who's just had a couple of opportunities, 0 for 14 so far.
Oh, just once at this level, though didn't show much 2 starts back. There's Final Scene, at least still lightly raced.
And was forward last time out before fading, so maybe could improve.
Second at this level last time, the 10, Old Trace.
Limited opportunities on the grass for this one. He's run okay in both starts.
Another horse who has shown some speed, Timbo's Tangler.
Yeah, we'll see who ultimately does decide to be forward here and if they don't rate at Horseshoe Indy.
And the 10, Commander's Coin, big price to the outside.
He would need to improve quite a bit.
Well, that's the field as we head over to Rachel. Rachel, help us out a bit. Pretty wide open board for this maiden claiming race.
Yeah, let's just talk about the favorite. And I've got a little bit of long shots here to talk to you guys about. But Mi Compadre, I got to finally meet Brian Williamson for the first time today. I've heard great things about him, obviously talked about him for years, but I finally got to shake his hand. And he told me that last time he didn't really see the horses coming. He thinks that had a little bit to do with it, why he got caught there by a nose. So he actually kind of opened up his blinkers a little bit so that he could see through them, but still keep him focused with them on. So I thought that was really interesting. He said he's going to be really, really live today, and he's been training really well, class repeater. So kind of the, 2 to 1.
Apologies for technical difficulty. We lost Rachel's mic there. Hopefully we'll get a chance to get back to her shortly. Yes, I did want to hear her long shot thoughts here. As you have a couple of horses taking attention. The 6, Mi Compadre, who she was talking about, horse didn't really see the horse that came to catch him late. He does have early speed. I think it kind of seems to be between him and Steel Venom. The blinkers coming off Steel Venom, though, as to who might be the speed of the speed.
Right, and I think that this one, having been caught just like he was last time, maybe they try to change things up a little bit. So we'll see, especially with some other pace signed on.
Back in New York, the 10, Princess Andy, took a lot of late money, and she did have a pretty sweet trip there. She kind of looms up 3 wide, confident ride from Manny Franco. The 7, Bashful Baby, who just missed, kind of ran up on heels and then went between horses and kind of grinding, just missed over her. But I think Taylor 2 trips really making a lot of difference here.
For sure, and I think with Bashful Baby, much more professional this time, but just ended up in a little bit of traffic towards the inside before being able to have that same type of acceleration we saw first time out be a little bit better timed than it was in the first race, but at the same time, perhaps that traffic costing her the victory. But Princess Andy, right up on top off of the pace, took that late money, like you said, and was able to secure the victory and what ended up being a pretty healthy early pick 5 with a couple of big prices.
Wow, yeah, I'll say $12,000 winner. I'm sure Landauer really helping in that one. But Princess Andy taking late money, and it was right in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Back to Horseshoe Indy, fast main track coming up. And yes, a little bit of the conversation here going to be the speed and who ends up going to the front as we are, just a few days away from the Breeders' Cup. Which Breeders' Cup race are you most looking forward to? Besides the Classic, I feel like that's kind of what everybody's excited about.
Sure, I think that sort of speaks for itself as being one that we see some of the strong older horses as well as those up-and-coming 3-year-olds that have absolutely dazzled us all year. I think I want to really dive into the distaff because it is so open now.
Yeah.
That seems like the kind of race where I can try to make the case for a price coming in or a horse that doesn't seem super obvious with Torpedo Anna retiring.
100% makes things very intriguing. More on a Breeders' Cup conversation in a moment, but first, race 3, maiden claiming on the turf from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Here's John Dooley.
Sligo Time would be a double for Jose Gutierrez. Coco Mergen, 3-time started Final Scene. Fernando Veta Cruz, Grand Kingdom has moved in. Mi Compadre, Joe Rocco Jr. for Brian Williamson. Timos Tangler, Mitchell Morrow. A running double on yesterday's card, 48 at the meet, and one more. Sarah Hess with Commander's Coin. 3 on the turf course here, rated good. Another 36 feet on this Wednesday of Indiana Champions Week. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sligo Time broke well in the middle with Mi Compadre from that inside gate, Scoville, and also right there is Steel Venom up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Scoville who just leads out for Jane Elliott. Scoville, the early leader from a close-up. Steel Venom with Mi Compadre. Right there is Sligo Time and Timos Tangler coming up here with an early run. 5 across the course as they enter the first turn. In the meantime, Ragtree is saving ground up the inside as Scoville leads them to the back of this good rated course. Final Scene is on the outside in the white blinkers and cap. Malvahi taken back. Then comes Commander's Coin with, toward the inside, Grand Kingdom, followed by Old Trace, and Poetic Words trails the maiden dozen. The first quarter, 22.99 seconds now on the edge of the half-mile pole. It's Scoville. Timos Tangler right there on the outside with Scoville. They're neck apart, with Steel Venom tracking them from third. Mi Compadre fourth on the outside in range there for Joe Rocco Jr. Ragtree is saving ground with the rail at 36 feet. Ragtree running in fifth. Final Scene is sixth. Then comes Sligo Time in seventh. Malvahi is eighth. Old Trace is ninth. Grand Kingdom is 10th. Then Commander's Coin and Poetic Words remains last. Half mile, 46.31 seconds inbound for the quarter pole. And Scoville narrowly leads at 34-1. Scoville in front, sweeping up Steel Venom. Right there, Timos Tangler at the point of attack. Final Scene goes wide as they straighten away. 3/4, 1 at 11.42 seconds. Steel Venom has emerged in front now with 1 furlong to go. Final Scene charging Malvahi with Ragtree. Timos Tangler's drop back. Old Trace is staying on. But now they're deep in the final half furlong with Gabriel Saez. A Steel Venom victory. Steel Venom won by 4 from Final Scene. Then Old Trace with Grand Kingdom, Malvahi, and Ragtree.
Steel Venom gets the win for Joe Sharp, dropping and Classy just had faced far better on the turf over at Ellis Park.
And just really seeing the margin of victory here where we did see a couple want to have some forward position and ultimately not be able to sustain it. He was able to really show that he was best in this field, winning by a comfortable margin.
Well ridden by Gabriel Saez with the blinkers coming off, getting the victory. Number 4, Steel Venom breaks his maiden. Breeders' Cup Classic, as mentioned, one of the most exciting classics we've probably seen in the last couple of years. Interesting to see if it lives up to the billing. Learn a little bit more about trainer Bill Mott's plan for sovereignty. He's been a tremendous 3-year-old this year. He gets ready to take on Older in next week's Breeders' Cup Classic.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Over at Horseshoe Indianapolis, on the turf in race 3, we saw Steel Venom find the right field to break his maiden. Everybody's all bundled up there. Pretty dangerous when Joe Sharp shipping in has been quite successful.
Definitely, and we saw him have a phenomenal Saratoga, and so he's really spotting his horses well this year overall. And I'm going to say that maybe Rachel's long shot was the number 9 Final Scene at 22-1.
Yeah,
Sure.
why not?
Why not?
$6.60 winner with the 4 Steel Venom there in race 3. As you're saying goodbye, it was short and sweet for us together.
We had a good time.
Yes,
but
we did.
You'll be stuck here.
Before you go, what are you looking forward to on the rest of the card?
A couple of prices. I think that in the next race, Blenheim Baby for a trainer, Jorge Abreu, is one that maybe shouldn't be totally overlooked. I don't fully trust Chocolate. Once we get to the 7th race, I think Final Denial ran very well in his last turf start, coming from far out of it, and he gets back to the surface that he's shown he can handle. And then On a Summer Day is one coming out of a common race, as many of these, but she was just always sort of wide, and perhaps she's one that with a little bit more of a trip there, she's able to save some ground this time. Unlike last time, she could improve her position.
All right, well, good luck. Thank you, Sarah. Always fun getting a chance to share the desk with you as Richard Migliori is coming back. Just can't keep him down. He's going to be on the desk to take us the rest of the way and join me. There is the horse that Sarah does like in this upcoming race 6 in Blenheim Baby. Currently 13-1, a nice price off the layoff for Jorge Abreu. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the field after this.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back, and you're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as horses are here in the paddock for today's 6th race. It is a claiming 30 non-2 life for the fillies in here going the 6.5 furlongs. We'll start with a horse who is coming back off of a layoff, and she is looking to give Linda Rice, her 3rd winner on the card, who does also send out your favorite Chocolate. But Helen's Revenge is a horse that came here and ran okay in her first start, albeit over a muddy sealed racetrack, going a mile, and then disappointed in her subsequent start back on March 28th. Now, she was a bit of a handful in that race and the one prior, and I feel like I remember her being possibly a late scratch because she acted up so badly in the receiving barn that she had to be a late scratch after the fact. Now, she comes back here. They saddled her on the walk. So far, so good for Helen's Revenge, who does appear to be incredibly fit here off the layoff. I do want to talk about number 2 actually here, guys. That is It Will Be Fun, who I think comes out of tougher races, lost all chances last time out at Laurel, where she was checked severely going into the turn after being in a tight spot before that, and held her own against tougher company. She looks phenomenal here for Rick Dutrow. Acacia, as I began her to say, as Richie always likes to say, you also want to watch them warm up on track, but I do think she'll ultimately be my pick, as Richie's joining you now.
And happy to have him here, Maggie. Thank you. Richie, we'll hear from you in a moment, but first let's meet the field, kicking things off with the 1 Speed of Sound.
Yeah, getting back to dirt. She had one try and an off the turf in the slot, which was actually a good effort.
Here's the 2, It Will Be Fun for Rick Dutrow.
Taking that slow, steady drop to the $30,000 level, had a layoff, has a race under her belt from Laurel.
Helen's Revenge for Linda Rice, drop in class.
The drop in class, Linda's very good at spotting her horses. Major player at a big price.
Step up in class for the 4, Aurora Lina.
Step up in class, adding speed to the affair.
For Sarah left, she had some interest in this one, Blenheim Baby, first time in the Jorge Abreu barn.
Yeah, and coming off of a layoff, Blenheim Baby, Blenheim Cavalier King Charles Spaniels. I like them.
I like that. There's Margot Treasure, drop in class, drop back down for Barkley Tag.
I like this filly turning back in distance and dropping back down and a level where she ran well.
Farmhouse, another drop in class.
Another drop in class. Dennis Laumann does a good job with a limited amount of starters.
Take Me to London off the layoff.
But adds speed to the affair as well.
And Chocolate, first time off the claim for Linda Rice.
All of her efforts, aside from her first start, have been very good. She finally broke through last time, and sometimes when a horse wins, they kind of decide, hey, I like getting my picture taken, and I like the attention that is heaped upon me if I run well, so maybe she comes back and gets it done.
Beat a pretty soft field last time out. See if she can do it again. But I know, well, first of all, as we welcome you back in on the desk, I wanted to ask you, because Sarah and I were talking about it earlier, riding at Aqueduct, riding here, you're a no glove in the winter kind of guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it was really bad, I would wear gloves to the starting gate, take them off, put them into my riding pants, and ride without them. I liked to be able to feel the horse's mouth through the reins unencumbered by gloves. Obviously, if it was really over the top, bitterly cold. But years ago, we would race. The cutoff was it had to be 20 below with the wind chill. That's not the same anymore. I mean, like everything else, society, it's got a little bit softer maybe.
Well, I stand by what I said earlier, that Maggie is much tougher than I am when it comes to cold weather in the paddock, and Richie is tougher than all of us.
Well, I don't know about that, but you know what? One thing I always said, Acacia, it was always warm in the winter.
Amen to that. As we have some great bonuses over at Naira Bets you can take advantage of. Earn a 10% bonus today on your win bets at Keeneland. Opt in at NairaBets.com for a 10% win bet bonus today. There is Chocolate. She found the warmth in the winner circle last time out when she won against that maiden 20 level after kind of knocking at the door around that level of competition for a while, not being able to get the job done. She was a short price. She just got the victory that day. Can she come back and do it against winners?
Just got the victory last time under strong handling by Manny Franco, but didn't this race, more than any of her other starts, really leave you with the impression that when she hits the front, she waits on her competition.
100%, absolutely. You could see Manny was doing everything he possibly could to keep her going, and at that point, and you can expound on this too, but at that point in the race, he's out of the number of times he's able to use the riding crop. So he's kind of waving it next to her eye to kind of encourage her to go on.
Yeah, I mean, I never rode in the era where there was a number on the amount of times you can use the crop. Now, I'm sure it's a big adjustment for everybody, but I think if I was riding now, I would try to do everything I could before actually going to it, right? Most horses run more from the threat of the crop than the actual use of the crop. And they get desensitized to it pretty quick. So changing holes, growling at them, using your voice aid as well, and flagging with them, showing it to them before you actually reach to use it.
5-2 on Chocolate right now. Maggie, how is she looking as she faces winners for the first time?
She looks like a deserving favorite to me. She looks great in the paddock. She looked even better out on the racetrack in the warm-up that she's receiving from Manny Franco, who now does know her well. So for me, I know that she was kind of, I don't want to say all out to get that win last time out as the favorite. But to be fair to Linda, when she shows, a bit of aggressiveness, I should say, when taking horses first off the claim and raising them, I think that's always a good sign. It looks as though Manny Franco might need a little bit of a tack adjustment on her bridle there. I saw him reaching down to try to fiddle with it, and it looks like the assistant starter's taking care of it for him. But at the end of the day, she has not found herself in a particularly strong field. And for me, looking at it on numbers, she does look like the fastest horse in here, too. I am going to try to beat her with number 2. That is It Will Be Fun. Just thought there were some excuses, and arguably this is one of the weaker fields that she is facing. As number 1 is Speed of Sound. Now, her lone dirt try came on a sloppy sealed racetrack against mainly a group of turf horses. Now, she's come back and run okay figures on the turf, but to me, she just looks like a wet track horse. She's smaller, she's petite, there isn't much of her. So those types generally just skip over that surface, which is often quite tight and easier for them not to kind of get bogged down in it, where this open racetrack, while it is quite fast when you consider the times that we've seen today, I just wonder how she's going to respond to this fast track first time out, because she's first time on it, I should say, because she's just not built as a very strong, robust dirt, fast dirt type. As we'll move on to number 6, Margot Treasure. Could not agree more with Mig and the assessment of the turn back and distance. She looks like a horse that would appreciate less ground, despite being a daughter of Vino Rosso. So it is a quite sharp turn back to this 6.5 furlongs. I kind of wish it was 7 or a mile. I think she could be more effective in that distance range, because she does lack some early speed, and it's not like she's particularly sharp with this turn back in mind, Acacia.
Not necessarily a sprint demeanor. Maggie, thank you. Margot Treasure. We'll see if she can handle less ground, and that will help her 2 starts back. She was very far back early. She did have some pace to run at when running on third, but she is one of those that does, kind of to Maggie's point of her not being sharp, she takes herself out of the race early.
Yeah, and the hope for me, and I picked her, is that there's enough speed that they're going to come back to her. Now, I wish there was actually a little more speed signed on, but I just thought she was interesting getting back to the $30,000 level where she was second. Turning back in distance for Barclay Tagg, a horseman I have so much respect for. I'll be honest, though, watching the 9 Chocolate warm up, Chocolate looked sweet on the racetrack.
She did. I see what you did there. Warmed up beautifully out there on the track. Chocolate, deserving favorite at 3-2, first off the claim for Linda Rice, and we'll see if she can make it 2 in a row as she does face winners for the first time. Race 6 coming up next. We'll get a chance to load into the gate. Maggie going with the number 2, It Will Be Fun for Rick Dutro. This is a horse who, if she can get out of the gate and get back to some of those better races early, she used to be able to show some speed.
Yeah, in the last couple, although they were, months apart, right? One in July where she stumbled at the break. Last time she was in tight at the break. And sometimes when they're not jumping, they're not pushing off well enough, they tend to get squeezed a bit.
Race 6, Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed of Sound, very quick from the rail, and Speed of Sound easily to the front. Chased by Aurora Lena, who's going to apply the pressure, is trying to slow things down with Speed of Sound, but Aurora Lena having none of it. Now puts a neck in front. Speed of Sound is going to be back to second. Chocolate up on the outside is now a close-up third, is just having to steady briefly was Take Me to London, is now in fourth. Then behind them, It Will Be Fun is going to be in the fifth spot, followed by Farmhouse out wide in sixth. Towards their inside comes Helen's Revenge. Blenheim Baby is towards the back end of the field, and Margot Treasure is the trailer. 22.39 for the opening quarter mile. Aurora Lena is in front. Aurora Lena all in chocolate. Here comes a run towards the outside. Now ranging up on the outside is going to be It Will Be Fun, and It Will Be Fun has now put a neck in front here for Flavien Prat. All in still chocolate, who battles on in between horses. Speed of Sound is getting off the rail. They reach the top of the stretch, and It Will Be Fun is trying to put away a stubborn chocolate. Here comes Helen's Revenge, though, motoring on the grandstand side. Helen's Revenge with all the momentum. Chocolate's in front, but Helen's Revenge has now passed on by. Helen's Revenge. Jose Lescano will pick up another one. So will Linda Rice. Helen's Revenge wins it. Chocolate second, then It Will Be Fun, and a close photo. Margot Treasure with Aurora Lena, a woman at 16.75 seconds.
It's a Linda Rice exacta as the number 3 in Helen's Revenge, able to run down Chocolate late.
Yeah, the only one that didn't have any concerns was Linda Rice, as she trained both the winner and the runner-up. And I think we've had a little bit of a different racetrack than what I believe was more tilted towards inside speed. Horses are basically winning from any place today. She got a very patient ride, came with the last run under Jose Lescano. Jose Lescano's coming back off an injury. He had surgery on his collarbone. Acacia, this is so difficult to do what he's doing. Jump right back in like you never missed a day. I think it speaks so much to his desire and tenacity, and he's riding in good form coming off a tough injury.
He certainly is, picking up another win today, 12-1 on Helen's Revenge, getting the victory. If we could show the stretch again, guys, Richie, I'd love for you to take us through what took place with the number 2, It Will Be Fun, as she turned her head out sharply, and Flavien Prat was really kind of struggling with her to keep her momentum moving forward. Take us through that. Keep your eyes on the number 2 in the pink cap.
Yeah, watch. She's going to get over to just before she changed her right lead, and then she started lugging in towards her rival. And the last thing you want to do is get on top of a horse, brush them or bump them, and make them gamer. But when he had to correct her, it was basically like she shut down there. Sometimes, you know, you put the bit back in the horse's mouth that late in the game, they're already a little tired, and they take it as the clue. Oh, okay, it's okay for me to slow down, give in a little bit to my fatigue.
3-9-2-6, Helen's Revenge at a price off of a layoff, the drop in class. Maggie mentioned acting so much better today and coming back, finding the winner's circle. She's a New York bred. We're going to talk about some very cool New York breds coming up this weekend. Empire Showcase Day on Saturday. Bank Frenzy and Iron Dome will meet in the Empire Classic, a day that's always one to look forward to.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
the world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Candide was an Eclipse Award finalist for Champion 2-year-old filly of 2023. Prior to placing in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, she won the Grade 1 Alcibiades in just her second start.
Candide wins the Darley Alcibiades.
Candide carried that high-level form into her 3- and 4-year-old seasons, including Grade 1 placings in the CCA Oaks, Alabama, Spinster, and Breeders' Cup Distaff. She has earned over $1.3 million for trainer Todd Pletcher and owners Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Bobby Flay. One of just 2 Grade 1 winning 2-year-old females sired by champion Candy Ride, Candide is out of a stakes-winning dam from the Stormcat sire line, a cross that has produced champions like Gunrunner, Shared Belief, and Echo Zulu. Grade 1 winner Candide, selling this November with Elite.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We have the 4th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis coming up next. 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track for Indiana breds. It's a maiden special weight. 1 to 5 right now on the number 4. Got a Notion to Drink. The number 2, Star Spangled Image, will kick off the post parade though.
A lot of chances. Moves back up in company off a decent second for maiden claim.
There's the 3, Carthage Cruiser, 3rd last time. On turf.
Yeah, getting back to dirt. Dirt races leave a lot to be desired.
Got a Notion to Drink. His speed last time out.
Binotional, out of Tanqueray, well named.
Very clever.
Deserving favorite. I don't know about 2 to 5.
Dewey Oxberger back to the dirt.
For you Stripes fans there with Dewey Oxberger.
Here is the 6, Sir Xander, another turf to dirt.
Yeah, but at least has some dirt races that would be competitive here.
And here's 4-star General, not 5-star, 4-star General.
Well, if he wins, maybe they'll give him another star.
Maybe. He deserves one. Bold Justice is a big price.
Yeah, big price for a horse that's just going to have to get a little faster.
And the number 9, Bigly Huge, has been around for a while, making start number 19.
18 starts. This will be the 19th career start. I'm always going to go in a different direction from horses that have had that many chances.
Well, that's the field for race 4. Short price on the favorite. Got a Notion to Drink. As we check in with Rachel.
All right, you guys, let's try this again. I had some good long shot stuff last race too, but we got fresh batteries, so we're going to do the same thing. Let's talk about this favorite, and then I'll give you some insight that I got for a little bit of prices maybe underneath that we can mix in here with the 4. Got a Notion to Drink. So Randy Klopp, I have to tell you guys, the trainer, being from Indiana, I have been here since I was 21. So all of these guys have seen me grow up, and sometimes I feel like they think I'm still, you know, that young kid. So Randy Klopp, I asked him, what's the plan? And he said, go ask Fernando. And Fernando de la Cruz, the jockey, said, it's the ABC plan. And I said, okay, can someone please explain to me what that is? I've known you for 15 years. What are we talking about here? And he said, well, you go with plan A, and if that don't work, you go to plan B, and then if that doesn't work, you go to plan C. So I guess I'm not allowed to know the game plan for this one, but what a nice effort last time, a second. And also Marcelino Pedroza told me he could not tell me the game plan for Sir Xander, the 6. He said, I'm not going to tell you what my game plan is here. This is kind of a race where we all want to run what we want to run and not tell everyone, so it's a secret. But he liked the form 2 back. He said if he can go back to that form 2 back, that 3rd, they're going to have a good trip. He's just going to try to catch the 4, obviously. The one that I like for a little bit of a long shot is the 2. I've been talking to you guys about Jose Gutierrez, and I'm telling you, the bug boy really, as I get blown away here, the apprentice jockey Jose Gutierrez on the 2, Star Spangled Image, was so close last time. And Jose Gutierrez told Andrew Brown, who I got to talk to, I just think that he needed a little bit more distance. So that route race recently that you could draw a line through, it was on the turf. He's going long on the dirt here, and Jose said he thinks that's the key, and he's hoping just to be able to finish with this favorite up here and light up the board. And so the 2 interests me a little bit. They all looked really good in the paddock. My fellow Indiana breds here today in this maiden race, but the 4 definitely got a Notion to Drink. Looks really good here. Tanqueray, though, not my favorite.
Fair enough, Rachel. Thank you. Got an Ocean to Drink out of Tanqueray. I do like the name. It's very clever.
I always like clever names, but Got an Ocean to Drink? Not really.
3 to 5 on that one. As they load in race 4, Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Let's send it up to John Dooley.
Got an Ocean to Drink. Loads at 3 to 5. Randy Klopp teaming with the meet leader Fernando Letta Cruz. 3 to 5 on Got an Ocean to Drink. Just a couple of back. Luis Contreras with Dewey Oxberger, like Carthage Cruiser, both here in the maiden for Jay Holden. Now Bold Justice. Alex Achard for Gennaro Garcia, a 5-time leading trainer here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And one more, Mitch Morrow with Bigly Huge. They're in the gate. And they're off. Got an Ocean to Drink. Strides away nicely from the gate for Fernando Letta Cruz to take the early lead. Here comes a charge from Bigly Huge, and right there is Sir Xander with these leaders. Bold Justice in the black cap. It's Got an Ocean to Drink. Joined on the outside by Bigly Huge with 7 furlongs to run, and these joint leaders have opened up an early 3-length advantage on Sir Xander, who's third upon settling by 2.5. Star Spangled Image is fourth with the rail, then comes Carthage Cruiser, and wide is Bold Justice going up the back. Dewey Oxberger is running second to last, and 4-Star General trails. 23.52 for the lead part, and out in front it's now Bigly Huge. The overall leader for Mitchell Merle, Bigly Huge leads by 3/4 length. Got an Ocean to Drink. Follows closely there at 1 to 5, the race favorite, with Sir Xander running in third, and evenly so far, they have a half mile to go. Star Spangled Image next in fourth by 3/4 length. Then Carthage Cruiser with 4-Star General up a couple of spots. Dewey Oxberger, the one who tailed off was Bold Justice. Half mile in 47.43 seconds around the far turn, and here comes Got an Ocean to Drink. Got an Ocean to Drink has swept past Bigly Huge. As they come toward the top of the stretch, and Sir Xander is right there at the point of attack. Star Spangled Image draws in now from fourth. 4-Star General fifth. Bigly Huge continues to beat a retreat. And then comes Dewey Oxberger with Carthage Cruiser and Bold Justice. As they straighten away, Got an Ocean to Drink leads them 3/4 in 1 minute 13.29 seconds. Got an Ocean to Drink is 6 lengths in front. Now in the final furlong, from to the inside 4-Star General with Star Spangled Image, then Sir Xander and Bigly Huge, but they're close to home. It's Got an Ocean to Drink. Fernando Letta Cruz with his 100th win of the meet lands the century on Got an Ocean to Drink by 5. 4-Star General was second, Star Spangled Image third, then a gap away, Sir Xander back in fourth.
Got an Ocean to Drink, much the best as the favorite, and as you heard John Dooley's call, 100th winner of the meet for Fernando de la Cruz.
Yeah, Fernando de la Cruz having a good year. He was riding at Oaklawn over the winter. I got familiar with his riding there, a rider that is aggressive. And Got an Ocean to Drink was decidedly best here. 4-Star General, decent try to be second, so we'll give him a half a star for that effort.
4.5.
4.5 stars.
Got an Ocean to Drink. No doubt about the winner, though. Back over to New York. Horses in the paddock for race 7. Coming up next, Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at the number 8, Right to Win for Chad Brown. This race on the turf coming up, and a really intriguing one. So you have a couple of horses at 7 to 2 right now, so pretty wide open field. We will talk a little bit more about it, get a paddock report from Maggie, and race 7 on the turf after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hill and Dale at Alapa. I love the carved pumpkins.
Me too. This time of year, I love when the front gate of all the farms around where I
So
live
great.
are all done up with pumpkins.
You know what's amazing is the Saratoga State Park. They have giant pumpkins, like big setups of mums, because the gardens right out
Nice.
front are always so beautiful, even in the summer and
Sure.
the fall. It's amazing with the giant pumpkins and the fall flowers. I love it.
And what a great place to be this time of year up in Saratoga, the fall, leaves changing and everything. It's really an incredible place any time of year, but I think autumn's my favorite time of year in Saratoga.
I would agree with you. Well, coming up on Saturday, we have a day that means a lot to all of us as we look forward to Empire Showcase Day, as the Empire Classic will be the feature 1.125 miles on the main track, and you have just some venerable New York breds, including Iron Dome, who's kind of the new shooter in this group, Richie, a 3-year-old who we saw win the Albany off of a quick turnaround just a couple of weeks after that impressive allowance score, and go into the Oklahoma Derby, and he certainly did not disgrace himself, finishing second behind Bracket Buster.
This horse that was like a work in progress, right? I was familiar with him over the winter at Oaklawn, and it just took him a while to figure the game out. He's always been an imposing individual from a physical perspective, but look at his record at 1.125 miles. 5 starts at 1.125 miles, 3 wins in a second, and a good second, the Bracket Buster in the Oklahoma Derby. He's the young upstart. He's facing some pretty tough, rugged, older competition, but boy, he looks like he's ready for that step up.
Co-owned and bred by Chester Broman, whose 90th birthday we just celebrated, and somebody who's just done a lot to contribute to the New York bred program.
Just incredible. I mean, if you look over the years, the 2 breeders that I think have made the biggest impact in the state of New York are Chester Broman and Barry Schwartz. I mean, it just, not just the sheer volume of horses they breed, but the quality of the horses they breed. And it's interesting. I've known Mr. Broman since I'm about 12, 13 years old. I was a groom for his kids' horses at the Knoll Farm, their show horses. And back then you were making $40 a week, rubbing 6, 8 horses. And he would give me $20 every time he came in the barn. When you're making $40 a week, 20 is pretty substantial.
I'll say, nice little extra on top there. Looking forward to seeing Iron Dome. It'll be such a fun day celebrating the New York breds all afternoon. And Equestrious reservations are available now for Empire Showcase Day on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy a premium buffet with sweeping views of the track for 9 New York bred stakes races. Reserve now at NYRA.com. As we have horses in the paddock for this upcoming 7th race on the turf, let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
In Acacia, we have several horses coming off minor layoffs, not as big as Helen's Revenge was in that last race, but would start down on the inside with a horse who is a drop down from number 1 for Danny Gargan, Mythical Man, a horse that I do like on paper. I feel as though, despite the fact that there is a lot of speed in here, a lot of horses that want to be forward, I do think his best opportunity to take advantage of this drop-in class is to be kept forward here by Junior Alvarado. And 2, you have the rail draw. So, make sure you, as Richie says, get your position going forward. The problem is, though, I'm usually a big fan of Danny Gargan's horses physically, and I just haven't warmed up to this guy, at least on this particular occasion. I just thought he looked a bit dull in his coat and just could look a little bit stronger behind. But again, I do think the drop-in class is relevant, despite him not running particularly fast races, though, in the past. Number 2, Gene and Jude for Mike Maker, as he'll go second off the claim here. Last time out, defeated by Iron Max, who's been on a tear for Brad Cox throughout the summer on the turf. He would return to win his next with an 85 buyer. And this guy only defeated 3/4 of a length. Now, he has speed, and he might be, I don't know if he is the fastest, because Gem Mint 10 can be fast on his day as well. So we'll see how aggressive Joel Rosario is with Gene and Jude. But overall, I thought this horse looked phenomenal. One of the best turned out horses here in the paddock. Truly does look like a miler, as he did break his maiden at this distance, and just dappled, rich, hydrated coat to him, and great conditioning as well. Moving on to number 4, Final Denial. This is the horse that if you're just blindly picking horses on appearances, he would be the pick. He looks stunning here for trainer Horacio de Paz. Super coat, considering that's one of my biggest criticisms of Horacio's horses at this time of year. That's not the case with him. He's dappled. He has got that shine to him, and he just looks strong and fit overall. And I've always thought as though he looks like a turf horse more so, and that would be reflected in his effort to back win third behind a next time out winner in Enlighten, and he was a big price that day. So I think Horacio getting him back to the turf should not be lost in the shuffle. Acacia?
Ran very well in the grass, 2 back at a huge price. Maggie, thank you. That's a look at the 6, Baron of Sealand, who's getting onto the turf for the first time. And then towards his outside, you have the tepid 7-2 favorite and Right to Win. Pretty wide open group here, Richie, of who can step forward.
It is a wide open group. I believe, it appears to me that there's plenty of speed signed on, so I'm always going to lean more towards a closer in this type of race.
We'll meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with the horse that tried the King's Plate last time, Mythical Man.
Yeah, this is a big drop in class from basically their biggest race, restricted Canadian breds up at Woodbine.
Jean and Jude, co-favorite, who does have some speed.
Yeah, speed, but I think their speed sign on could compromise him.
Gem Mint 10, also out of stakes company.
And there's another one that has some of that speed. Coming out of a race with Rhetorical, who came back to win a grade 1, though.
Final Denial, he's pretty versatile in his running style.
Yeah, I'm so old, I rode this versus Great Grandam.
Speaking of Chester Broman bred, there's Otto Waterbury dropping class.
Dropping class could help. Johnny Velasquez for Dave Dunk.
First time on the turf for Baron of Sealand.
Yeah, Grandam was a stakes place winner on turf. That's where I'm leaning with the pedigree play anyway.
7 Storm the Streets, back to the turf for the first time in a while.
Yeah, but has a couple of decent tries on turf as well.
Your tepid favorite, Right to Win for Chad Brown.
I think this horse is going to be very tough to beat. Got the right style in a race with speed.
Number 9, Hedge the Risk. I believe already went by with Kendrick, and there's the 10, Life and Light.
Could add some speed to the affair, particularly from the outside, although it was on a slow pace last time. Yeah, Kendrick doesn't mess around. He hits the track, he kind of goes. So
Yeah.
I think we missed him because he blasted off.
He did. The number 8, there he is, Right to Win, more contained warm-up, as he is one that does come from off of it. I get it. He's been in pretty good form since dropping in class. He came back to around this level last time and finished third. He just kind of seems to me, Richie, like the type of horse that's very even. You know, he's middle of the road type of animal.
Yeah, and I think I agree with what you're saying as far as he's more like a grinding type. He doesn't seem to have a big acceleration or a turn of foot, and your best turf horses possess a turn of foot. I just think he could get the right setup again here because there is enough speed signed on.
We'll take a look at his last race where Life and Light finishes second. Life and Light is a very generous price in here. Did finish second at a big price last time too, using that speed. There's the grade of the outside, Right to Win. Who finishes third? He runs on fine, and that's kind of what we're talking about. And he is one of those horses that does tend to go a little bit high-headed in his races too. He never really kind of levels to accelerate.
Yeah, difficult to ride those kind, right? You're always kind of their heads up in your face, and you're looking for a place to hide. Now, some people are going to say, well, Right to Win finished behind Life and Light. He's 7-2. Life and Light's 24-1. But look at the pace of the last race. 24-2, 49. Got to basically control things on the front end, Life and Light, and was, very game, but was defeated. I just think it's a different pace scenario today.
Well, it's always interesting when a horse is trying the turf for the first time. Maggie, that's the case with Baron of Sealand. What do you think?
I think he's very intriguing here, as I'll talk about the 6-7. I couldn't help myself. My children are doing that way too often that it's really ingrained in my mind right now. So when I knew I was talking about the 6-7, I couldn't help myself. But Baron of Sealand is a 3/4 brother to a graded stakes winner from that George Strawbridge family. A starting over, also won a stake on the turf. As I mentioned, a son of Liam's Map. And the second dam Vanishing, she was good on the turf. And while the dam, she never won a race, she was exclusively ran on this surface. And we know Liam's Map is an effective turf sire. So I have always thought this horse could run on the turf. He's a massive price, and I know his form has kind of gone wayward, at least as of this year, but maybe with the switch, he can be effective. And I think with all the speed that looks to be signed on here, he's a horse that's tactical enough in which he could be sitting the right trip and be able to pounce and maybe, you know, take advantage of some hitting up front, but also be the one making the first move over those deeper closers. So I think at a massive 25-1, he's definitely worth a look here, as he has a turf look as well. Number 7, Storm the Streets. He's a big price up there at 14-1 here for Rick Dutrow, but honestly, he should be, because is he really a turf horse? I don't know. He doesn't really strike me as a turf horse, and you know, he's one that, if there wasn't any other speed in this race, could find himself in an interesting position. But there's a lot of other speed, and it's more towards his inside. He looks great from the overall perspective. I just don't know if this is really the condition where he can be successful. Acacia?
I still don't know what 6'7" means, but I actually thought the same thing when our producer told me Maggie was talking 6'7". But in any event, Richie, you said you're stepping it up to 6, 7, 8.
Well, since I don't know what 6'7" means, I'll just go 6, 7, 8, and I take it just a little bit further.
Fair.
You know, I might be old, but you know, I can hang with the younger set.
I like it. I like it. What do you think about that, Maggie?
I like it. You know, Meg is always hip. But my girls, I keep begging them, Grace, who is 8, nearly 9. I said, Grace, what does that mean? She's like, it's LeBron James' height, Mommy. And I'm like, what? What do you? So they go 6'7", 41. So maybe a 6'7", 4'1" here, guys?
Now there's the hunch play.
So should I say 5, 6 and a half? Sorry.
I love it. We're all dating ourselves, I think. At least Maggie's gotten in to help us out a little bit. 5-2 on the number 8, Right to Win. Coming up here as your favorite. Do you almost feel, Richie, like because this horse has kind of been consistent and it's Chad Brown, public almost kind of defaults to a horse like this as a favorite?
It feels a little bit like that for me. You know, you got Manny Franco, who's just been riding in tremendous form. Ever since we got back from Saratoga, he's really taken it back to the level we expect from Manny Franco. And it's Chad Brown, of course, you know, that you've got to believe that that's going to garner attention. I wound up going in a different direction. I went with the 5 out of Waterbury. Dave Donk reaches out to specific riders when he likes horses. Now, Johnny did ride this horse in a much tougher spot last time and now rides him for 40. Kind of runs the same race every time, consistent. I just thought he had the right style for this race, too, at a better price than your favorite.
Yeah, he's kind of being ignored, and he is a horse that is not going to be a victim of pace because he can come from off of it, but he's also one that can kind of stalk, and he's not going to be hurt if it's a fast pace or if there's kind of a slow pace. He can kind of put himself wherever it does play out.
Yeah, again, he'll create his own trip. They go quicker, he'll be a little further back. They don't, things moderate on the front end, he'll be a little bit closer. You know, I always find these races fascinating because it appears to me to be a lot of speed on paper, but then sometimes riders read the racing form as well. Sometimes they come out of the gate kind of anticipating a fast pace, looking at each other, and then you don't get as much pace on as you would have expected.
See how it develops. It's always an intriguing piece of the conversation. The 2, Gene and Jude, taking attention. He's a horse with some speed, and it will be interesting to see if he's able to sustain it for Mike Maker and Joel Rosario.
You know, that's the big question. It just appears that there's enough speed signed on. Gem Minted's a horse that wants to be forward. He's making his first start in the Rob Falcone barn. He did his job last time, you know, in the West Point, because better lucky than good. Also, you know, from Delphi, Qatar Racing, ran on to be second as a closer. So he had a function in the race. Now he's on his own merits. He's dropping in class. Don't think he needs the lead. But he is a horse that needs to be forward because he's not a horse that changes gears either.
I do think he's one that runs better when he's forward, too.
I agree. But I don't think he needs the lead, but I do think he wants to be up in that fray.
He is 12-1 right now, has certainly been facing some tough competition on the turf recently in those New York bred races, including eventual Grade 1 winner Rhetorical last time out. 5-2 on the number 8, Right to Win. And very interesting race coming up. There goes Gene and Jude, part of that early pace. How will it materialize on the good turf course coming up here? Race 7, Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by.
Gem Mint 10. Luis Rivera Jr. They move forward, storm the streets. Final denial. Right to Win. Loading quickly. Hedge the Risk. Out of Waterbury. Life and Light to the outside. Goes it. All set. Out of Waterbury rears. Now settles. And they're off. Gem Mint 10 flashes early speed. Final denial is right there too, and Mythical Man at the rail. Life and Light from the far outside draw is now going to join that early fray, and they are now sprinting towards that first turn, getting position. Mythical Man will hold the rail. Junior Alvarado with a half-length advantage. Getting over to the rail was Gene and Jude, is going to tuck right in behind that leader now. In second, that's going to be Final Denial, who's now a bit more comfortable as they start to spread themselves out. Life and Light wanted to be up front, is right there in third as they work to the backstretch and now back to fourth. That's Gene and Jude. Gem Mint 10 broke with the leaders, is back there in fifth, is followed in sixth by Storm the Streets. At the rail in seventh, that's Hedge the Risk, and Right to Win is towards the back end of the field. Then comes the orange cap of Baron of Sealand, and far back out of Waterbury. They work up the backstretch and they went 23.65 for that opening quarter mile, 48.41 for the half. And Mythical Man is now nice and relaxed on the front end, is still up by that full length. Final Denial comes back for more and cuts into the margin as they work into the far turn. Life and Light is behind them in third. Here comes the move from Storm the Streets. Flavia Pratt, they're on the move. They're in fourth, now taking third and moving up on the outside. Right to Win is following that one. Gem Mint 10 in between horses. They reach the top of the lane, and Mythical Man now starts the sprint for home. Here comes the big move from Storm the Streets, who's now motoring down the center of the course, is now coming after a very game leader. Mythical Man is not giving up the lead yet, and here comes the gray, now thrusting up front, and lifting late will be Right to Win. Manny Franco, Right to Win. They've taken the lead. That's your winner. Right to Win wins it. Photo there for second. Storm the Streets, Hedge the Risk finishing third. Photo for fourth. The 1 minute 38.29 seconds.
Sometimes consistency is key. Right to Win has been in good form, and he was timed right today by Manny Franco.
Yeah, really nice ride by Manny Franco, and we could say that pretty much every day. Manny's just been riding in terrific form. And it wasn't as much pace on as I thought, although there is some give in the ground. We did have some rain overnight, but the race did not shake out the way I anticipated it shaking out. But Right to Win was in the right spot and got it done.
Getting the victory, Right to Win at 5-2 over Price. Number 7, Storm the Streets, getting back onto the turf, along with the 9, Hedge the Risk. Last out winner for Joe Sharp, as it is the 8 and a photo for second. But no doubt about the winner. Timed perfectly by Manny Franco. Right to Win gets the victory for trainer Chad Brown, bringing prices and more when we come back on America's Day of the Races.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Maturity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Friday and Saturday night on America's Day at the Races, special team coverage for the Breeders' Crown, the year-end championship series from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Harness action Friday night, 8 Eastern, and Saturday, 7:30 Eastern on FS2.
the world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Be Your Best has been a graded stakes performer every year from ages 2 to 5. Her victories include this year's Grade 1 Gamely Stakes.
Be Your Best by 3.5.
And the Grade 2 Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf over 3 Grade 1 winners. She now has earnings over $1.1 million for owner Michael Ryan and trainer Safi Joseph Jr. Runner-up in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks and American Oaks. She also placed in this year's Grade 2 Beverly D and Flower Bowl. A daughter of the European champion Muharrar, she is out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare that is a full sister to stakes winner Bay of Plenty and a half to Grade 1 placed Fortify. Her female family is one of the best in the history of the stud book, tracing back to the great mare La Troyenne, the broodmare of the year Striking. Her page is stacked with North American and international Grade 1 winners. Grade 1 winner Be Your Best, selling this November with Indian Creek.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's time for race 5 at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. We're on the turf. It's a claiming race for 12,500 fillies and mares in the spotlight here. Favorites down to the inside on the number 1, Storm Bay, who's getting back to the grass. And it did run well, finishing second against Tougher 2 starts back.
Either one of her last 2 starts on turf will be very tough to beat here.
There is Juicy Justice, class drop.
Also a class drop. Feels like she's going to have to get just maybe a touch faster, but also a player at a big price.
Greatest moment back on the turf, first time in a while.
Yeah, first time in a while. I'm looking elsewhere.
Big closer, Sweet Enchantment.
Yeah, absolutely no speed whatsoever.
Lately, could say the same thing about Red Rose Rockin', though early did show a little bit of foot.
Yeah, and her turf races are certainly much better than her last race, dirt race, which I think kind of cloudies up her form.
4:57, the 6 went by. There's the 7, Queen of Salsa, and there's the 8, Talent Show. What would be your talent?
Yeah, Talent Show. Big effort, 2 back. Only try on the turf was actually a nice effort.
Here's the 9, La Orgullosa.
Speed. Bring speed to the affair.
Number 10, Skippin' Justice. No speed for this one.
Yeah, interesting. There's either horse in here that absolutely no speed whatsoever, or they want to be up on
Nobody in the
it.
middle.
Yeah.
One of the pace setters. Here's Jack Summer.
Another one that wants to be up close. Get Farron Peterson aboard.
And Shar to the outside.
Could get that nice stalking trip. Just going to have to run a faster race than we've seen, particularly on the turf. She is 0 for 4 on turf.
Well, that's the field for race 5. We have a good turf course we're dealing with over there at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, as the favorite continues to be Storm Bay, and we go check in with Rachel.
I think I just heard the MIG say he was going to bet on the 2, and I love when a plan comes together, you guys. The 2, Juicy Justice, was my little bit of a long shot that I wanted to talk to you guys about. I mean, the 1 is pretty obvious here on the class drop, so I'm not going to spend too much time talking about our favorite. I called Tony Granitz, who is in Kentucky, at the sale, and he said, you know what, Rach, we took the blinkers off last time, and she closed really, really well, and he's just hoping that coming off of that, the class drop, it's an improvement. And, you know, Tony's not here. And I would consider Tony Granitz more of a grass trainer myself. He pulls up big prices, nice horses on the grass here in Indiana. And he said, how's it playing, Rach? And I just said, you know, when the rail's like this, it usually plays speed, but it's a little bit softer, and usually that sets up for closers. And I think that Tony was just fine with that assessment of our grass here today. Definitely, obviously, the 1 is gonna look really good. Brittany Vandenberg brings in 457, the 6, and I'm gonna tell you guys, just an impressive filly. I have not seen a filly that long and that lean. The scope on this girl, it was astonishing. She just, as a dorky horse girl myself, I was just blown away by how beautiful she was in the paddock. He's just gonna try to get her relaxed. Chris Emy, the jockey, just says she gets a little worked up. That's why she can't finish. He's gonna try to just get her to relax, to breathe. She's got a nice long stride. So another little long shot there, and 1 dropping down in class. But he said, yeah, she is just a big, big girl, and he's hoping that he can keep her relaxed through the race. So just some thoughts and some long shots today that I thought we could put under the 1. It's been a little chalky today, but who knows? Me and the MIG might get lucky here with Juicy Justice.
Rachel, thank you. 18-1 on a filly kind of being ignored on the board right now as we head back over to New York. And into the winner's circle goes it Right to Win. The winner's circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton's November sale after the Breeders' Cup, November 3rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Right to Win. Well, certainly living up to his name, at least recently. He's been in good form, now winning 3 out of his last 4 starts.
So Manny Franco take that quick peek over his right shoulder right before they turned in. Didn't want to come out too soon, right? You want to make the elbow as tight as you can before you come out to the clear. And he didn't see any challenge coming, tipped out, and just kept coming with this relentless run. Another flawless ride by Manny Franco.
Manny's been riding in exceptional form recently. He's just been making all the right moves, and you can see that confidence on display.
You know, and really, that's at this level, there are so many good riders. What differentiates who's riding well and who's not? It's confidence. With any athlete, confidence is key. And when you're doing things on instinct, on your experience, that's when you're going to make the right moves. When you're not riding well, usually the trainer's on one shoulder, the owner's on the other, and you got too many voices in your head.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. Loading in for race 5, Horseshoe Indy on the turf, claiming race coming up. Let's send it up to John Dooley for the call.
Orgolosa, my greatest moment, both here for Joe Davis. Santo Sanjor up with Sweet Enchantment. Loads at 11-1 odds. Skip and Justice. And the all black, Gabriel Saez on the maiden turf in the 3rd. Course here good, around the 36 feet this week here. Right now, Storm Bay, Red Rose Rockin', and Queen of Salsa. Hold at 3-1. Danny Sheehy for Andrew McKeever. Up comes the Factor filly, Red Rose Rockin'. Farron Peterson with Jack Summer, Chris Amy 457. Storm Bay was first into the gate and one more. Drawing in Shar. Jose Gutierrez, the top apprentice here this season with 40 wins at the meet. Queen of Salsa now a 3-1 favorite. 55-1 on Shar. Of course, good if you're just tuning in on America's Day at the Races. Out comes Shar. Here comes the 5th, all in. And they're off. And Juicy Justice broke well, along with Storm Bay, Queen of Salsa, part of an early charge. Right there is La Orgolosa, and Jack's Summer also engages as they make their way toward the first turn. And there's Jack Summer for Farron Peterson, just the fleetest of the field. Out to the stretch, it's Jack Summer who leads, a King Queen of Salsa with La Orgolosa. Storm Bay near the inside part of the course, and 457 is running a wide 5th, now at the 5.5. Then behind horses comes Juicy Justice, Talent Show, after breaking just a beat slow is out deep on the course to gray. In the meantime, settled by Danny Sheehy is Red Rose Rockin' just past midfield. Jack Summer leads up the back. Then toward the inside is Greatest Moment, who's next, followed between horses by Sweet Enchantment. Shar is out deep on the course. And Skip and Justice trails the 12, quarter 23.71 seconds. They've inside a half mile to go, and at 11-1. Jack Summer dictates the field from Queen of Salsa, who follows closely. On the outside, 457 is vying for 3rd with Storm Bay near the rail. On the outside, Talent Show is a wide 5th. Half mile, 47.77. Red Rose Rockin' continues to make headway toward the inside, coming toward the quarter pole. La Orgolosa, Sweet Enchantment, Juicy Justice, Greatest Moment, Shar running 11th. And finally, the trailer as they straighten up Skip and Justice, and it's Jack Summer. 3/4, just a few ticks over 112 with Farron Peterson. Jack Summer staring at one more furlong and has a 3-length buffer zone. Storm Bay is charging. Here's Storm Bay inside of Queen of Salsa. Jack Summer past the 16th, just clings on. And Talent Show is charging hard on the outside for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., and Talent Show gets it. Storm Bay was 2nd, Jack Summer 3rd, then Queen of Salsa, La Orgolosa, and Sweet Enchantment. They were next across the finish.
Talent show now 2 for 2 on the turf. Maybe she should run on the turf more often.
Yeah, I mean, they kept her in last time when it came off the turf, but I think she's made a statement. I'm a turf horse.
Yeah.
Keep me on the green. I mean, all horses like turf, just, grass. Most of them, all of them like to eat it.
Back over Belmont at the Big A. Race 8 coming up next, and there's a look at the 5, Princess Summer. We are squarely in fall now, but she has been kind of knocking on the door and been taking some money. She's currently the favorite at 2-1. Once again, coming from off of it. More on her and the rest of this race 8 field, as well as Sovereignty, potentially stronger than ever, left today to head out to the West Coast in search of a Breeders' Cup Classic victory.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Here comes Sovereignty now. He's let loose with those big, powerful strides. They're in the final furlong, and we are witnessing greatness. Sovereignty pouring it on. And for the first time since 1995, we have a Kentucky Derby, Belmont, and DraftKings Travers winner as Sovereignty rolls home to win by more than 8 lengths. Congratulations to Belmont. There's your Travers.
What a year it has been for Belmont and Sovereignty. And we saw this horse work Sunday up at Saratoga for his final East Coast preparations, shipping out today, and with regular exercise rider Neil Posnanski aboard. He's been doing this in his last couple of workouts, where he technically has company, Richie, but then he just leaves that company behind.
Leaves him, and his gallop outs have been huge. I mean, he went out from a 5 furlongs and 101 and change, pulling up 7 furlongs and 129. So you know Bill Mott's put this foundation in him, the stamina off of a strong summer campaign. I got to tell you, Acacia, this horse does something to me. He makes me feel like 12-year-old me fall in love with this game, and I love that horses can transport me back to those places.
I walked by the barn yesterday, and he had his, they have the little roped off area, and he had his head stuck out of his stall, and his ears were straight up, and he was just kind of sitting there looking, and he was just watching all the other horses go by, all the people going by, and it's not obviously as busy in Saratoga, but just taking it all in, which I thought was very cool.
Good horses are not only talented physically, but they are very, very smart.
There's the pre-entries for the Breeders' Cup Classic. I got a chance earlier this week to catch up with Bill Mott on how his stable Star has been doing leading up to the Breeders' Cup.
Bill, of course, it will be his first time taking on older horses, but seems like he's been handling everything that's been thrown at him thus far.
He has. He's been very good about everything. I mean, he's handled the group that he's run against, and he's been, I think he's come out probably the dominant 3-year-old this year. But when you're taking on the older horses, they're much more experienced, and 3 of the top horses out of the Breeders' Cup Classic from last year are back in there. So you're dealing with experienced, tough, hardened horses, and it's a new and a bigger challenge.
It seems as he's matured. He's been able to kind of put himself into the race a little bit more. We saw him be a little bit more forward in the Travers. Do you think that that's a benefit for him going into this Classic?
I think it is. I think early positioning in the race is always important. I mean, you don't want to have to have a horse that's, way out the back because you've got, the entire field to get through or go around or whatever path you have to choose. He's kind of developed that style on his own. I mean, he's developed an earlier pace situation for himself where he can break and, get in the race rather than be completely out of the race.
How have you seen him develop both mentally and physically into the latter half of his 3-year-old season?
Physically, I mean, he's really come on. I mean, he's a massive horse. I mean, he's a lot of horse, a lot of substance to him, big, powerful horse. He eats well and is a good feeling horse, and he's easy to train because he likes to train. Definitely gone the right way in every aspect, I think. I think he's shown more ability as the year has gone on, and he actually looks the part.
You're shipping a little bit early for his last work to be at Del Mar.
We are, for no particular reason other than, I just want to get out of there and get out to Del Mar and get the trip over with and allow ourselves a few more days for the travel experience.
And there was Sovereignty, thanks to Naira Social, loading onto the van this morning and getting ready, Maggie, to make his trip to the West Coast. Sovereignty, it's been so much fun for all of us to get a chance to follow him, and can't wait to see what he does in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
It really truly has been. And Acacia, I feel the same way as Richie. Obviously, the connections are very similar, but definitely Sovereignty giving me the same kind of feeling that I had as a kid watching Cigar, obviously for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. And when I had the just blessed opportunity to interview Junior Alvarado while aboard Sovereignty after the Belmont, after the Jim Dandy, after the Travers. It was never kind of lost on me how special this horse is in just his physical makeup. As you heard Bill Mott talking about him, yes, he's a big, imposing horse, but as Junior and I had talked off camera, he's also incredibly aerodynamic. He isn't very large in front. Yes, he has a big, long leg and a long forearm, but he's very aerodynamic in that he kind of goes in that triangle to kind of slice through the air as he does. And really, as a whole, yes, 3 years ago, we had the lesser spotted but brilliant flight line to cheer home in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But as of the last 10 years, we've lacked some depth. And this year, it really feels like we have a deep field with several of these horses heading in to the Breeders' Cup Classic with triple-digit buyer speed figures to really kind of, show that they're the best in the land. And I just cannot wait to the Breeders' Cup Classic. It is definitely the headliner on this occasion.
It's the showdown that we hope for with a race like this in the Breeders' Cup Classic, kind of what we were discussing earlier, Richie, with the top exciting up-and-coming 3-year-olds and then the top older horses that were good 3-year-olds last year. To Maggie's point, kind of this is the division that we've been looking for some stars to stick around. It feels like we have that this year.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just what you're talking about, right? We had the 3 first second and third place finishes from last year's Breeders' Cup Classic, all 3-year-olds, right? Sierra Leone, Fierceness, as well as Forever Young. They're back at 4. And then you've got a dominant 3-year-old this year like Sovereignty. I mean, it's just really, we're fortunate that it all came together. And so far, knock on wood, everybody has stayed healthy.
Yes.
And it looks like we're going to have, and you know, we got journalism as well, who now gets a change of rider, although I don't think he had any excuses in his defeats, but he does pick up Jose Ortiz.
Quickly, before we go in, I wanted to get your idea very quickly on Sovereignty and the way that he's been training. We've talked about this a little bit, but for those who may not be familiar, Bill Mott never has Junior Alvarado work Sovereignty. Junior works a lot of the other horses in the barn, never Sovereignty. It's always his assistant, Neil Poznansky.
And, you know, it's always interesting to me with Neil Poznansky. He won the Sovereign Award as Champion Apprentice. That's their Eclipse Awards basically up in Canada. And then he won the Eclipse Award as Champion Apprentice. And he's one of only 4 or 5 riders to ever do that. And then when he decided to retire from riding, he went to work for Bill. And he has become such an integral part of that team. And obviously he knows the horse well, and Bill's probably very confident. He watches him work on him, and then he goes, you know, what can I glean from that? How did he go? And he's got a trusted assistant that's going to give him the straight answers.
Sovereignty will have his final work at Del Mar, shipping over there today. You can be at the Breeders' Cup as well. You can win an all-inclusive VIP trip to the 2026 and 2027 World Championships at Keeneland and Belmont. So the next 2 years, you don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Enter at www.breederscup.com. Let's meet the field for race 8 coming up Belmont at the Big A, the nightcap next here on the turf, this New York bred maiden claiming, and we will start things off with a horse going back down in class, Lady Delilah.
Yeah, it just feels like her better races have been on dirt to me, and she's 0 for 7 on turf.
She is 18-1. Here's a horse taking some attention, just one more.
Showed improved speed last time, and every time she shows speed, she runs a better race.
On a summer day, finished 4th behind several of these last time.
Well, a lot of tries, but comes off a good effort.
Here's lightly raced Vietti.
I think this horse is a little bit interesting. You know, tough to debut, going 2 turns, and ran okay.
Princess Summer, 4th last out.
Top class connections, Mike Maker, Flavian Prat, obvious a player.
Atta Girl Addie at a price.
Decent try last time against Just One More, who finished just in front of her.
Sky Low Low, a player.
I thought she was interesting. I'm going to go more with a lightly raced horse here.
Kissed by Karma, 18-1.
She's going to have to just get a little bit faster.
First time on the grass for Charmeuse.
And I didn't see an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree on the female side.
And My Gorgeous to the outside.
Showed brief speed last time, going 1 mile and 3 furlongs, bad post, and just would be a surprise.
That's the field for the nightcap. You can join Naira Bets today and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use code CUP25 and sign up now at nairabets.com to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus. Let's take a look at the number 2, Just One More. She and several others come out of that race, won by Saratoga Snow last time out. Saratoga Snow would come back at a big price in her next start to win with a 73 by her speed figure, so really did kind of flatter some of the others that were behind her in there.
Yeah, this is a filly that, you know, she has 2 races on her form where she was in front, and to me, they were far and away her best efforts. So some horses just want to maintain doggedly. They're not going to accelerate for you, but once they get up in there, they're going to fight you every step of the way to get past. This was a big effort. I think a major player here for owner breeder Barry Schwartz.
Had an outside post to deal with last time as well. She's best when she can use her early speed, too, as she took what seemed to be a needed drop in class last time out. As we go back to the number 5, Princess Summer, she has no early speed. She's kind of been knocking at the door, taking quite a bit of attention at this level. Did you see enough pace materializing for her to close into?
You know, it does feel like there is some pace in here that, and watching the earlier turf races, too, because of the bit of rain we had overnight, that it seems more fair, where the course isn't carrying horses along, where you can close. We saw the winner of the last race, who was very logical, close from, off a moderate enough pace.
8-5 right now on Princess Summer. As the number 7, Sky Low, 5-1, still lightly raced. She did get squeezed back at the start last time, but off a layoff, drop in class. She seemed to make some sense.
Yeah, that's what I like. I just want to go with more lightly raced horse that has shown some ability. And I thought she was a bit unlucky last time. I think she was going to be second regardless, but I think it would have been closer.
Well, horses finishing up their warm-ups out there on the track. Let's go back to Maggie.
By default, I'm landing with the favorite in here, guys. I'm not proud of it, but Princess Summer will be my selection because some of the other horses that I think make sense on paper just did not make very good impressions in the paddock. And one of them is the often incredibly nervous Just One More. She is... Now, today, not that nervous, but I've just seen her carry some more conditioning, as you do see Ricardo Santana with his feet kicked out of the irons there, just to kind of try to keep her a little bit more relaxed. And she is one that will get headstrong and kind of sometimes try to run off. But she's had her chances, and while this might be one of the more easier spots, as she was in the same kind of spot last time, she just doesn't strike me as that killer instinct type, you know? She just kind of runs scared, if you will. So I've just never been her biggest fan. As number 7, Sky Low, as Mig said, had a little trouble there and made up ground late in the game. I've never seen her prior to a start. This is the first time I'm laying eyes on her. Twirling Candies can kind of take two different body types, and the good ones are the more robust and kind of bigger and have a bit of more of a substantial bone to them. And some of them are just very light and kind of meager looking. And she falls in that category. So she's not one that I'm necessarily going to be able to endorse by looking at her. But if you like her, her last race, I should say, does make her a player. Number 9, Charmeuse, has no turf pedigree really to report home on. But I will say that physically, she looks much more like a turf horse. I had written that in my notes first time out. She'll get that drop in class and get to the turf where she was intended to run first time out here for Dave Donk. So while, like I said, I'm not her biggest fan because there's no pedigree to back up what I'm saying about her physically, she is intriguing, at least, having the experience and getting to what could be her preferred surface.
Thank you. She's 8-1, Charmeuse, and Dave Donk intent on getting her onto the grass, which she will get to do today.
Yeah, again, we're not seeing the pedigree to back it up, but I said this the other day. I didn't have much of a pedigree to be a jockey, and I was able to do that. So.
And do it quite well. 7-5 on the number 5, Princess Summer. As far as the 7, Sky Low, I didn't see her last time, but I was in the paddock for her first start, where I'd written down that she lacks strength and substance. So you hope that they will go on. We'll soon find out for race 8, the nightcap. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Attagirl Addy has asked for speed, and also Vietti's in the early mix, and hard sent towards the inside. Just one more. Just one more. Gets that rail position, now puts a neck in front of Vietti, who's going to be back to second. Up on the far outside, here comes My Gorgeous to join them. It's going to be a touch wide, but is in third. At the rail in fourth is going to be Lady Delilah, in between horses on a summer day. Just behind them, Princess Summer. It's going to be mid-pack here, is followed to the inside by Attagirl Addy, who broke with the leaders, is now towards the back end of the field. Charmeuse is going to be towards the end of the field with Sky Low, and the trailer Kissed by Karma. They work up the backstretch, and now free running, Just One More. Just One More, 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. Lady Delilah at the rail, now picked up a spot, has taken second over Vietti, who's back to third. On a Summer Day is watching them from the 4th spot, and towards the outside comes My Gorgeous in 5th. 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time, and they're still chasing Just One More. Just One More takes them into the turn, is still up by 2. Vietti is ready to challenge towards the outside with At the Rail Lady Delilah. On a Summer Day is alone in 4th, is dropping back My Gorgeous. Attagirl Addy is all in. Princess Summer starts to catch the eye here, and Princess Summer is moving around rivals as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Just One More is trying to see this out. Just One More in front, but Princess Summer just bounding up on the outside, and Princess Summer has now sprinted to the front. Princess Summer is going to try and open up, is doing just that. Princess Summer's up by 2. A final 16th to go, no doubt. This will be a dominating, much the best winner, Princess Summer in the finale. Just one more, held on for second, then came a photo on a summer day with Lady Delilah in 1 minute 42 and 4.
Princess Summer, she was just best in here and delivers as the favorite.
She was best, and leave it to Flavien Prat to have her in a little better position, not give her as much to do. He is just so good at identifying how races are going to run and putting horses in their best possible position to get it done. She was best, got it done. Nice effort by the 2, just one more, who fought off everybody else and was very game to hold on for second.
Very logical results here, 6-5 over 7-2 in the nightcap as the number 5, Princess Summer, with the win. We'll take one more quick break. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Closing out the afternoon here on America's Day at the Races.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Kourou, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and the final race of the day was Princess Summer, the favorite, delivering. She heads in to get her picture taken and break her maiden in start number 7, finding the right spot, and she was just best today.
Right spot, right trip, gets it done. Princess Summer. Flavien Prat in front right now, earnings for the year, so that makes him the front runner at this juncture for the Eclipse Award. Again, a repeat. But Breeders' Cup's going to have a lot to say about it.
100%. Has some big mouths, as does Irad Ortiz, and I think a lot of it will be determined by how many Breeders' Cup races those two win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it'll be the most telling part, and it should come down to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Series
Absolutely.
of races of that magnitude.
You like to see that. Princess Summer, much the best, still unofficial as of yet, but it's 5-2-3. And how about this? Princess Summer, just one more on a summer day.
Huh.
All about summer.
In the midst of autumn.
Right.
We're all about summer.
Apparently so. As you can head over to Naira Bets when it goes official to check the prices there. It's time for us to say goodbye, though. Richie, always a lot of fun getting a chance to share the desk with you as we inch closer and closer to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I will be here. You'll be out there.
Yes.
You have a few rooting interests.
Yes.
So best of luck out there as well. But I'll be here trying to hold down the fort. And Breeders' Cup's always an amazing event.
Of course, we had the Breeders' Cup Classic. I'll give you the same question before we wrap up that I asked Sarah. Which other Breeders' Cup race are you most intrigued by, most looking forward to?
Ooh, I guess, turf racing to me is always the most interesting. So the Breeders' Cup Mile on the turf to me is always my favorite race.
See which Euros end up coming over as well. Who ships, who's looking good in the race. Always an intriguing part of it. So we'll talk in more depth about those Breeders' Cup races over the next couple of days. Thanks as always for joining us today. We appreciate you taking some time with us here on America's Day at the Races. We saw some nice performances this afternoon, including Princess Andy, 2-year-old winner for trainer Chad Brown, and in race number 7 as well, getting a chance to see another Chad Brown runner right to win, get the victory. It was a good afternoon for that barn. We'll be back on FS2 from 1 to 5 tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget, Friday and Saturday, that Breeders' Crown coverage as well. Good night, everyone.